Well, hello and welcome everyone. My name is Catherine McGarry, Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of tonight's Special Council meeting. As we continue to meet virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I want to take a moment to remind us all that this virus is still circulating in our community. This week, Regional Public Health announced an increase in cases as the colder weather sets up and people gather indoors. Please, if you haven't already done so, please get vaccinated and follow all public health advice as we navigate another winter season during a pandemic. Together, that's the best way through this. It's been a difficult while for many, so let's be kind. Words and tone matter here during our meetings and outside our meetings as we collectively work through our new normal. This week, we recognize Remembrance Day, honoring those who fought for our freedoms. Many did not make it home. Yesterday was Indigenous Veterans Day, a day to honor military sacrifices made by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis veterans. The Cambridge Poppy Project has transformed many of our public spaces with handmade poppies. Thank you to the very many volunteers who helped with this absolutely striking art installation. Visit cambridgepoppyproject.ca, that's cambridgepoppyproject.ca for all of these sites, and please get out and see them. I also wanted to take a moment on behalf of Cambridge Council to congratulate Cambridge's Melody Schmidt, a Glenview Park student who has won the Vimy Ridge Pilgrimage Award. She is headed to Ottawa for an in-depth learning about Canada's role in both the Second World War after being recognized for her outstanding achievements academically and her community involvement. I hope we all take the time this week to pause, reflect, and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we may lead the lives that we do today. I'd also like to remind everyone that due to the result of physical distancing guidelines being in place, in-person public attendance at special meetings of Council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency allow for the public to provide written submissions to the City Clerk's office in advance of our meetings for items on the agenda, and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meeting. So now we're going to move forward to our agenda. I'm going to ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we're coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Urmeta.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Leggett.
Present.
Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
And Mayor McGarry.
Present. Thank you, everyone. In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff that we have joining us today. And joining us electronically, we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, and Mike Hauser, who is acting for Yogesh Shah tonight. Our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields, and we also have staff from other divisions joining us this evening, and they'll join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. And clerking the meeting today, we have our City Clerk, Danielle Manton, our Deputy Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Mallory Greenoff, Council Committee Services Coordinator. And thanks again today to our technology services staff, Ayesh De Silva, who is assisting us with logistics for today's meeting. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. And before we get going, a reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in a relation to a matter under consideration. So I'll look to members of council now to see if there's any declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we'll move forward with our agenda for today. Our first item for consideration is the consent agenda. And please note that if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your raise hand feature on your video conference call. And in the interest of time, we'll look to vote on the consent procedure in a block. But if you wish to comment, you're certainly welcome to do so. Councillor Adshay, you have the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
I do. Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Reid that all items listed under the heading of consent agenda for November 9th, 2021 be adopted as recommended. Item 6.1, Special Council minutes, October 12th, 2021 and October 19th, 2021. Item 6.2, the Youth Advisory Committee of Council minutes, September 9th, 2021. Item 6.3, the Cambridge Farmers Market Advisory Committee meeting minutes, September 14th, 2021. Item 6.4, October 15th and October 29th Council Information Package. Item 6.5, Cambridge Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes, April 26th, 2021, May 12th and 31st, 2021, and June 21st, 2021. Item 6.6, Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting minutes, September 8th, 2021, and September 22nd, 2021. Item 6.7, 21-282 CD 314 Equestrian Way, River Mill Development Corporation. Item 6.8, 21-308 South Point Draft Plan of Subdivision Model Home Agreement. And item 6.9, 21-307 OCM Smithfield Pumping Station Amending Agreement.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, but are there any questions for staff? Or does anybody wish to make any comments? And seeing none, I will ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshay,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So now going to move into consideration of reports. And up first is agenda item 7.1.1, report 21-094 CD, recommendation report, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, 55 Kerr Street, 50 Shade Street Investments, Inc. So we're going to begin this evening with a staff presentation from our intermediate planner development, Michael Campos, and he's here with us to provide the presentation. Welcome, Michael. So just let the clerk know when you're ready to have your slides advance. Please begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? Perfect.
Very well.
Perfect. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I'm an intermediate planner with the city. I'm here today to present our recommendation relating to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications that were submitted for 55 Kerr Street. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, the application has gone through the typical review process. The application was presented at a public meeting on December 10th, 2019, and subsequently went through a review process by city staff and outside agencies. Liaison committee meetings were held in February and March 2020 to review and discuss the applications and proposal with members of the community. As a result of the public consultation, comments received were addressed by the applicant, and we are now presenting the staff recommendation on this revised application at today's meeting. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located at the southwest corner of the Kerr Street and Shade Street intersection. The lands are identified as being within the Galt core area along the eastern periphery of the core area boundary. The site has a lot area of 10,099 square meters and is presently a vacant property. The lands have 95 meters of lot frontage on Kerr Street and approximately 109 meters of frontage on Shade Street. The lands are located in proximity to local transit stops and are also adjacent to a future Ion LRT line, which is proposed to be constructed on the west side of the subject lands on the opposite side of Mill Creek. Now, next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to develop the subject lands for two 18-story residential buildings containing a total of 445 residential units. A total of 194 units are proposed in Building A, and 251 units are proposed in Building B. Building A is the building on the right on your screen, and Building B is the image on the left. The proposed buildings are terraced down towards Shade Street, with both buildings having a portion of the buildings ending at a maximum of 8 stories. Building A is then further terraced down at the 4th story as the development transitions further towards Shade Street, and Building B sees a step back at the 6th story. You'll be able to see this more clearly when I present the site plan drawing a few slides from now. A commercial unit is proposed in Building A, which would have frontage onto Kerr Street. This commercial space would have a total area of 113.9 square meters and is intended to be used for a cafe or restaurant with a patio space outside. A total of 445 parking spaces are proposed. 410 of those spaces are to be located within 2 levels of underground parking, and 35 spaces would be located at grade. The first level of underground parking would provide 204 spaces, while the second level proposes 206 spaces. And a parking rate of 1 space per dwelling unit is required for apartment houses. No visitor spaces are required for properties that are located within the Galt City Center. So the 445 parking spaces provided is in compliance with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The proposed development will also provide for a total amenity space of 8,342 square meters, or just under 90,000 square feet. This is comprised of both common and private amenity space. The common amenity spaces, which make up about 2,000 square meters, is comprised of fitness rooms, multi-purpose rooms, outdoor amenity spaces at the ground level, as well as a rooftop garden at the top of the 8th floor of Building B, which would provide residents with space for leisurely activities. This rooftop garden will be accessible to residents of both buildings, and a pedestrian walkway is proposed on the 5th floor that would allow residents to comfortably move between each building without needing to go outside. In order to facilitate the development of the proposed residential buildings, both an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment is required. The official plan amendment is required to permit both residential and commercial uses on the ground floor. So presently, the city's official plan restricts residential and commercial uses at street level for a multi-story mixed-use building. Given the proposed commercial space and residential units on the ground floor of Building A, the official plan amendment is required. Next slide, please. A zoning bylaw amendment is also being requested for the proposed development in order to establish site-specific provisions that would facilitate its development. And these requests would include to permit a maximum density of 496 units per hectare, whereas the bylaw only permits a maximum density of 250 units per hectare. To permit a total amenity space of 8,341.3 square meters, whereas the bylaw requires a total of 11,010 square meters. To permit a maximum building height of 54.60 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 34 meters. To permit a minimum gross floor area of 45.77 square meters per 1-bedroom unit, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum gross floor area of 50 square meters per 1-bedroom unit. And finally, to permit a minimum planting strip width of 0.5 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum of 3 meters. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an illustration of the proposed site plan for the subject lands. As you can see, Building A will have frontages along both Kerr Street and Shade Street. That is the building furthest north on your screen. Building B will solely front onto Shade Street. 2 accesses to the site will be available. The first is on the western side of Building A off of Kerr Street. The second access is from Shade Street and will be located between buildings A and B. And these accesses will lead to the surface parking area provided and to the underground garage. And as previously mentioned, the proposed retail commercial space is located in Building A with frontage onto Kerr Street, being located on the ground floor near the 8-story height transition shown on the plan. Through this site plan image, you can also see the terrace step backs that the building is proposing. So the 2 main towers, which are in dark brown, will be 18 stories in height and will transition towards Shade Street as it steps back at the 8th floor. Building A will provide 1 further step back at the 4th story, while Building B will provide a step back at the 6th story. These lands are located adjacent to Mill Creek along the western property line of the site and provides convenient access to the existing multi-use trail that you see there within the open space area. Next slide, please. This image just illustrates the proposed development if looking at the site from its eastern side, looking towards Shade Street. And as you can see in the image, the building provides for a transition of height at 8 stories and a pedestrian walkway connection is available on the 5th floor. Next slide, please. The following are the considerations that were taken in preparing the recommendation report. So in addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, consideration was also had for land use compatibility with the surrounding existing development and permitted uses, impacts of the proposed increase in height and density, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific amendments, traffic, servicing, and urban design, environmental considerations, transportation considerations, consideration of bonusing and community benefits in order to permit increases in height, and comments received from council, the public, and agency circulation. Next slide, please. So the staff recommendation is as follows: that report 21094 CD be received, that Cambridge Council adopts official plan amendment number 49 with site-specific policy to permit residential and commercial uses to exist on grade in a multi-story mixed-use building, and that Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site to establish site-specific provisions for 55 Kerr Street to permit the development of 2 18-story buildings containing a total of 445 dwelling units and 113.9 square meters of commercial GFA. And that council approved transfers to the applicable development charge reserve funds to fund the permitted core area exemptions as per the city's development charges bylaw 19094. And that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaw attached to this report be passed. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation. My contact information is provided on the screen should you wish to contact me after this meeting.
Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. So we'll ask you to stay with us as council may ask questions of our staff or yourself following our delegations this evening. So now going to take a moment to bring in Eldon C. Theodore, partner, planner, urban designer, MHBC Planning, Urban Design and Landscape. Just try and find Eldon. Oh, there you are. Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have a presentation. Mr. Campos did a great overview, so I'm going to, and recognize I only have 5 minutes, I'm going to be a little more brief and skip through some of the slides. But I first want to thank city staff very much for the thorough and detailed staff report that was presented. We've reviewed it and we've acknowledged the recommendations, and we're supportive of staff's recommendations. If we could move to slide 4. I wanted to just give a bit of history of where we started on this application. So our original proposal, thank you, was for a 24 and 30 story building, as shown in this rendering here. Next slide. And so our original proposal came in at 592 units, looking at 612 underground parking spaces, 32 parking spaces, and 3 levels of underground parking. Next slide. So we worked through with both city staff and the community through 3 separate liaison committee meetings to address issues, achieve compromise, and reach, in my opinion, what is a balance that would represent good planning on this site. This proposal before you is a result of that process, 2 18-story buildings. If you can go to the next slide. So that's a significant reduction in the height and density of that original submission, as you can see a comparison of before and after. Next slide. And what you see is a reduction from 592 to 445 units. Obviously, the height reduction from 30 to 18, 24 to 18, and a reduction in the number of parking spaces, which also results in a reduction in the number of levels of parking on this site from 3 to 2. Next slide. So this is a bit of the evolution. So we started at 24 and 30, and if you go to the next slide, through the liaison committee meeting, we went from 24 and 30 to 18 stories. Next slide. There was an interim point in which we were looking at 24, looking at 19 and 21, and ultimately through further discussions, next slide, we really landed at a building that was both the 18 stories, which, as you can see from the red line there, it's really helping to bring down the height of the proposal. If you can go to the slide 15, which I think has 3 slides from this one. Well, just quickly, part of our proposal also included enhancing the base with a traditional architectural style to give it a heritage character and feel. And if you could go to slide 20. There we go. We did look at relative height. This is something that we had looked at throughout the process, and example buildings within the area of what existing height contexts are relative to this proposal. And if you go to the next slide, what we did was we compared them from the actual above sea level elevation. And what you can see on the right side, the green was what we originally came in at 55 Kerr at 30 stories. And you can see from where you're starting from and where you ended, we were quite high. And now the proposal at the east end on the right end in yellow, we're in line with 59 Concession Street. We're below 64 grand. We're, in my view, what is a comparable height of what is experienced in the downtown itself. And so if we can go to slide 26. Which is just my last slide. Oh, just before that. So what I just want to conclude by saying, oh, next slide, sorry. We've worked to, really make a lot of improvements on this proposal, bringing down the height, which results in a reduction in density, which results in a reduction in number of parking spaces, which reduces overall traffic coming from this proposal, which the proposal increased the amount of amenity to tenants. The reduction in the height helped to improve the shadows that are cast as it relates to this proposal. And the building itself has a better relationship in terms of presence along the street. So that's our presentation. And I'm happy to answer any questions with respect to the proposal or any details. I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Eldon. And we're going to move ahead to delegations and ask you to stay on, and we'll do questions to staff and yourself after our other delegations. Thank you. So we have received 3 delegations for this item. Our first 2 will be speaking together on behalf of the Neighborhood Liaison Group. So we're now going to bring in Sarah Chandler and Judy Major-Girardin, and both delegations have requested to speak for the 15 minutes on behalf of a group. Sarah and Judy, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. And you've turned off your computer behind? There's about a 25 to 30 second delay between what's happening in Council and the YouTube channel. So I hear quiet there. Just give me a moment and until I make a couple of comments. Thanks for joining us this evening. And I'm going to remind you that I'll let you know when your time is almost up. And please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. And we do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So if there are some questions for you after, please stay on the line. I'll help to guide you through that process. So welcome and please begin.
Judy, do you want to go first? No, you go first. Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah Chandler. I live on Oak Street and I'm part of the Neighborhood Liaison Committee. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Liggett for putting out the invitation for the Liaison Committee to be formed to allow for input from members of the community on this development. I'd also like to thank the developers and city staff for meeting with the committee several times over the past 2 years and for hearing our concerns about the initial proposal for 2 buildings of 30 and 24 stories and the total of 592 units. Over the course of these meetings, the developers have lowered the proposed heights of the buildings to 18 stories and addressed the look of the lower podiums from a modern look to something more fitting with the established neighborhood. A petition addressing the proposal for the 2 18-story buildings with 445 units has been circulated among the community and submitted to the city clerk. At the time of this meeting, the petition has 1,044 signatures and 43 comments. I would like to summarize comments noted in the petition. Many signers are opposed to the size and scale of this project, noting concerns with traffic, solar access, and the height of the buildings. Many note the transition from the height of single-family homes to 18 stories is very abrupt. This is more true for the residents on Shade Street, who will be extremely impacted by the scale of these buildings, even with the setbacks. Many signers have commented that they are happy to see this property be developed, but not at this scale and density. This proposal differs from others that are being proposed in and around the downtown Galt core, in that this site is within an established neighborhood. This is not on a main street, which facilitates traffic flow in and out of the buildings, or near taller structures where the height of the buildings may not be as abrupt of a transition. We think it's important to build towers at a height and density that respect the existing neighborhood's character and scale. This neighborhood is mostly single-family homes of 1 and 2 stories in height. These buildings do not transition well into the already established neighborhood. This is a neighborhood and it needs to be protected against the impact of a development of this size. The petition had many comments noting concerns for what will certainly be an increase in traffic through the neighborhood streets. Many noted concerns for the safety of children and pedestrians with the increased traffic. Downtown Galt and its surrounding neighborhoods have an old world appeal, with its many brick and stone buildings and beautiful churches with steeples that can be seen from many vantage points around Galt. Many of us chose to live and raise families in this neighborhood because of its old world charm and historic character. The addition of 18-story buildings will certainly distract from this. Buildings of this size will result in massive intensification in the current neighborhood. These buildings will dominate the established neighborhood with little to no give back to the community. We understand there will only be 1 commercial space on the main floor of the buildings to serve the residents of the building and the neighboring community, leaving no benefit and no enhancement for the established neighborhood and its residents. 55 Kerr Street borders directly on the Heritage Conservation District. We think it's important to transition building heights gradually from this border to not overshadow the character of the heritage of the downtown core. We understand that change, progress, and development are all part of continuing to grow as a city. However, downtown Galt has a historic charm that needs to be protected for future generations to enjoy. Large modern buildings will certainly divert from this. We are a small community here in East Galt. This is not downtown Hamilton, Burlington, or Toronto, where buildings of this size would blend in with the surrounding architecture. We are going to lose the skyline of our downtown to high-rise buildings. We understand growth is needed to receive funding from the provincial government for the LRT and to meet the Ontario Grow Plan quota, but these requirements can be achieved with less density on this site. This proposal far exceeds the units per hectare bylaw by almost double. My understanding is the bylaw is for 250 units per hectare, and this proposal is for 445 units per hectare. Rent costs have been increasing at an alarming rate over the past number of years. These buildings do not address the need for housing for many of the people that live and work here in Cambridge. Rent in these units will be unaffordable for those who need housing the most in our city. While it's important to progress, grow, and develop the city, I also think it's important to be thoughtful and mindful of what a project of this scale will do to the quaint neighborhood and downtown that we live in. We ask that council consider different options that would be profitable for the property owner, the developer, and the city that would not have such a massive impact on the neighborhood. We're asking City Council to protect the current living conditions in the established neighborhood. Vote to preserve the heritage and character that makes downtown Galt special and preserve what brings visitors to our downtown. Vote to preserve the privacy of residents in the neighborhood and solar access for the community. Vote to preserve the character of the neighborhood for future generations to enjoy. Vote for development and growth, but balance this with the cost to heritage and community that a development of this scale will cause. What we do now with this decision, with this vote, will impact generations of people who will live in this neighborhood for many years to come. Downtown Galt is a focal point of our city with its historic buildings and views of the river. Let's vote to protect the charm and historic feel of our downtown community for future generations. We understand the need for progress and change and are happy to see this property developed, but 18 stories is too high and 445 units is too much density. In our haste to move forward, let's take a moment to consider the impact this proposed project will have on the existing neighborhood, both now and in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter, and I will hand it over to Judy.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Mayor and councillors, again for this opportunity to speak. My name is Judy Major Girardin, and I live at 70 Oak Street, and like Sarah, I was a member of the Kerr Street Community Liaison Committee. I want to use my time to review some information that was collected and published by Smart Cities Dive and Sustainable Cities. It's on the topic of high-rise development and the livability of cities. The information I'm providing is a summary of a recent article published by author Blooming Rock, who has gathered research and perspectives from a number of experts in the field. The first point is on quality of life and sense of place. According to Jan Gell, a global architectural leader in people-centered urban design, and Michael Buxton, professor of environmental planning at the School of Global, Urban and Social Studies in Australia, people living in high-rise buildings are less connected to community and leave their homes less often, separating people from the outdoors, the city, and from other people. As many cities are struggling to engage people with city life, high-rises are detaching people from street life. High-story buildings are not connected to human scale because they're engulfing rather than providing opportunities to see or experience place in a holistic way. The National Preservation Institute in the USA tells us that only with buildings up to 5 or 6 stories high do people remain connected to personalized details which humanize a neighborhood. According to Kevin Kellogg, an architect and leader in sustainable and equitable development, high-rise buildings radically reduce chance encounters that are crucial to the liveliness of city and social capital. High-rises diminish participation in public spaces, reduce physical and psychological interactions amongst communities. They also create silo communities rather than create spaces for healthy physical, social, and psychological interaction. The next point is adaptability and durability. High-rises decrease the walkability of neighborhoods and are less adaptable for long-term use than a low-rise or mid-rise building, which are more readily adaptable to changing situations. The organization Making Cities Livable reports that smaller footprint development spreads smaller profits out amongst more individuals and businesses, creating a fabric that has proven to be adaptable and changing to political and economic trends that make a community more durable and resilient. The third point is about equity. According to the Making Cities Livable International Council, high-rises promote gentrification and inequality, whereas low to mid-height buildings promote greater resiliency and affordability. Tall buildings offer increased profits for developers, but are more expensive to construct, and therefore they result in units that are more expensive. They can inflate the price of adjacent land, making the protection of historic buildings and affordable housing less achievable, resulting in inequality. Let's just acknowledge that the area that is under construction at Kerr Street is currently a very mixed neighborhood with many smaller and lower income houses that will be dwarfed by high rises in close proximity. In the case of Shade Street with the hill behind them, which blocks morning light, and high rises in front of them, blocking afternoon light, it will truly be a street in perpetual shade. Although there are shade studies, they don't consider all the shade from landscape features or the winter months. So We feel they don't give an accurate record of what the lived experience will be for the residents on the south side of Shade Street. Energy use is the next topic. According to Patrick Condon, a professor and chair of the Urban Design Faculty of Applied Science School of Architecture and Landscape Architecture at the University of British Columbia, high-rise buildings are not sustainable or green and are subject to the effects of too much sun and excessive wind, making them relatively energy inefficient. British Columbia Hydro reports almost twice as much energy use per square meter in a high-rise compared to a mid-rise structure. So if we think about that for a minute, we're talking about 40,243 square meters of space in the proposed development. With energy per square meter being potentially twice that of a low to mid-rise building, that's a dramatic increase in energy. There is urgent responsibility to address climate change, and prioritizing sustainability factors must surely be one of our major considerations in our decisions moving forward. And lastly, health. Effects of high-rise buildings on mental health have been well researched and documented, according to the Canadian Journal of Public Health, that reports that high-rises keep children and elderly from getting the exercise they need and deprive people of neighborhood peer activities, resulting in increased isolation and alienation that negatively impact lifespan. In conclusion, at a time when other cities are now reconsidering the high-rise as a strategy for addressing revitalization and density targets, we ask that Council take great care and listen to their constituents in planning the long-term future of our city. Although we are in support of development in this area, we do not believe that erecting buildings of this height in low-density residential neighborhoods at twice the density of the current bylaw with less allowable amenity space and a height that well exceeds what is allowed in the current bylaws is in the best interests of our city. And we ask that you vote against this development as it's currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah and Judy, for your presentation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. Councillor Mehta, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, my question is, how many people signed the petition? I know it was mentioned, but I didn't catch that. What's the exact number? Thank you.
1,044.
Thank you. I see no further questions. So thanks again for joining us this evening, and you can continue to follow along if you so choose on this item on the YouTube channel. Thanks so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much.
And the next delegation that we have is Michelle Goodrich. Michelle, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can, Mayor McGarry. How are you?
Good, thank you. So thanks for joining us this evening. A reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to, that your remarks remain respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So I'll let you know when you're at 1 minute mark. You'll hear a bell. And if there's any questions later, Michelle, I'll ask you to stay on the line. I'll guide you through that process. So welcome, and please begin.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, members of council, and members of the public. My name is Michelle Goodrich, and I am a citizen in the city of Cambridge. I am a property owner in Preston and Galt, and I'm here today to talk to you about the development at Kerr Street. I was very pleased to hear Judy and Sarah's delegation before me, and even more pleased to hear that they were citing similar facts and figures that I gave this time last month when we were talking about the development at the mill. So I will not labor on why high density development is a poor choice for our community. What I will talk about is some concerns that I am seeing as we go through development applications such as this. In recent articles that were in the Cambridge Times and Cambridge Today this week, we see that the debt forecasting for the city is not looking good. This development in particular at 55 Kerr Street could have netted the city $5 million in development charges, which could have been used to help pay for much needed infrastructure development and help pay the current debt, which is sitting at $45.8 million and projected to reach $217 million. This makes us at the higher end of the debt capacity of lower tier municipalities in Ontario. I know that you all know this because you've made comments and attended the meeting, but I wanted to make it clear that not charging our developers in our core areas is not fiscal responsibility. It is also not responsible to not ask developers to pay their share when they obliterate our streetscapes and our natural and built heritage. I have some questions also about servicing and infrastructure. I was pleased that Councillor Leggett brought up fire safety when talking about the mill development, and I think that it would be pertinent here too. We heard that the more we build these large buildings, we are going to need more investment in fire. We will need more investment in roads and infrastructure. And where is this money going to be coming from? We should be putting a pause on all major developments and
Excuse me,
infill
I'm
within
Michelle.
the city.
Michelle, it's Mayor McGarry. I'm just going to jump in there, and I'm going to ask you to keep your comments, please, to the agenda item that we have in front of us.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mayor McGarry, I am keeping on with that. So
Well,
Kerr
bring it
Street-
back, please, to the development that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Yes, so 55 Kerr Street should not be voted in favor of this evening. And in fact, we should be looking at increasing policies and procedures to make sure that we are developing in a sustainable way. This development at 18 stories, while a reduction in the overall development footprint compared to the 2019 application, is still not meeting the mark. As you can see from the general comments from the petition that went through, where over 1,000 citizens signed, this is not the development that this particular area needs or wants, and it will not be benefiting citizens. It will not be benefiting our environmental impact. It will not be affording more affordable housing or housing to those who need it most. And this is not a suitable development for this particular area of our core and is not setting a good precedent. I'm also concerned that in the particular motion this evening, the request to waive at a subsequent public meeting is being asked. And I think that this is not showing good faith in communicating with our citizens. This was similar to what happened with the Milda property, and I'm concerned that this will be a trend going forward.
Michelle, I'm just going to interrupt you, and please stick to the Kerr Street development. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor McGarry. So in conclusion, I feel that the Kerr Street development is not suitable for this particular area. We are losing $5 million in development charges that could help with infrastructure, and we are not going to be gaining anything for our local community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm just going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions for you. And seeing none, thank you very much for delegating this evening and to share some time with us. And again, you can continue to follow along this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one moment. Thank you. Some technical difficulties. So we're now going to move forward with placing the motion on the floor. Councillor Mehta, I understand that you have a revised recommendation you would like to put forward. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, please
Counselor
begin.
Devine.
Okay, Counselor Devine seconding. Counselor Medic, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, Madam Chair. The revised recommendation is as followed. It is moved by myself, seconded by Counselor Devine, that report 21-094 bracket CD be received, and that recognizing the plan for the property at 55 Kerr Street has been revised by the applicant to reduce the height and unit count from the amount initially proposed in the original submission, that council propose a building bracket S with a maximum of 12 stories, and that the bylaw listed on the agenda of November 9th, 2021 be deferred to reflect the revised height and be included on the agenda for November 23rd, 2021. And I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. So speaking to the motion, there is no doubt this site is ripe for development, and redeveloping the area is truly an exciting opportunity. You know, to see another brownfield cleaned up, to support our cores by having more people move into that area, and support the existing businesses, put more foot traffic on the streets to make them safer. You know, there's all kinds of positives in that regard. However, it is absolutely crucial that we get this right and that the growth fits the character of the community. And I believe 18 floors does not. We've heard loud and clear from the area residents that they'd like us to push for additional changes to achieve a development that better fits the area. And I'd like to bring to council's attention that there is a petition of over 1,000 residents, and the exact number 1,044. And you know, I think back, you know, how would I feel if I lived in that neighborhood? I think that's the perspective that we need to have. And I know there's always tough decisions to make, and I know that we've got the growth mandates from the province and the region, but there is a way to achieve that while respecting our neighborhoods and our communities. I really believe that. And, you know, we need to get back to the neighborhoods in that regard. You know, we need to meet the objectives, but to get back to the neighborhoods and to respect the neighborhood, to come up with something that the residents can be supportive of. And I believe the height is a major problem because the buildings will be highly visible from many points in that area. And I'm concerned that the privacy will be reduced of the people in the existing neighborhoods. You know, I think, what if it was my backyard? You know, if I were sitting on the porch, having a barbecue in my backyard, and then I see these tall buildings in the distance, how would I feel? And I wouldn't want my privacy to be infringed either. So I'd like us to go back and to make changes to be able to address a lot of these concerns. And, you know, tall buildings, they can cast long shadows. That's a problem. And, you know, this creates unintended consequences. I know we're trying to do a lot of good here. We're trying to do a lot of positive objectives as far as climate change and making better use of land and supporting our core areas. But there are also unintended consequences if we do it the wrong way. And I believe that 12 units would 12 stories would significantly reduce these impacts, and it would keep the skyline more in tune with the area. And I believe with great creativity that a similar density can be achieved with a lower height. I believe that. I've seen many examples across the province, and I know it's challenging, but it can be done, and it can be done fairly quickly. And, you know, just an example, maybe we need to look at a wider width of the buildings. Maybe that's something we need to talk about. And I think the neighborhood would prefer that over the increased height. This would be a site where, you know, that may be appropriate. So I've got more things to say. I appreciate you bearing with me. I want people to get excited about core area development. You know, that's a passion of mine, and I believe this is a chance to get it right. This is a chance to take something that started off very controversial and to turn it into something really beautiful, something that meets the needs of that neighborhood, that enhances that neighborhood. And I believe this could be a model on how to meet density objectives at a height that most people are comfortable with. And I believe that by getting this right, we can get people excited about downtown redevelopment, and that this success will multiply, that development will no longer be controversial, that it'll be more widely accepted because people will see just how it can transform their neighborhood for the better. And I just say, if we get this right, it could be smooth sailing here and beyond. And this could just be the beginning of many more positive developments. Cambridge could be a leader in that regard. And we could be doing things that haven't been done elsewhere, and that really, really enhance the character of our community, the character of our communities. And, just a few other examples. There was a controversial development in downtown Grimsby, and the residents came out opposing it. They wanted a lower height. And I even said, how are you going to lower the height and meet the density and still have it fit in with the neighborhood? Well, it got done. And the residents love it. It's really improving that downtown core. So I just think that, we need to take more time to review this. And I think we can do it all by November the 23rd. I don't think it has to take very long. I think we're on the right track. And it's just a matter of tweaking it and coming up with something that can be more accepted by everyone. And it was also touched upon in one of the presentations about the energy use of tall buildings. And I really think as we're focusing more on climate change, we really need to think about the energy use. There was that study mentioned, I forget what university they mentioned, but I know I came across another study from England that basically says the higher you go, the more structure you need to resist wind loads and carry those loads. And also the more elevators you need, the more pumps you need to get the water up to a higher level. Those are factors that we need to consider. And I really believe that mid-rise is the best option. And I believe that 12 stories is workable, that we can work through these issues and achieve something similar, but at that height that the neighborhood is more comfortable with. So those are my thoughts for now, and I'm open to hearing from the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. And we're going to go now to questions for the delegates, for the staff, and the person, Eldon, who is representing the developer. Councillor Devine, go ahead. Yeah, we're going to questions now.
Okay.
Members of council.
I don't have any questions. I was just going to comment on the motion.
Okay,
Thank
we're
you.
going to
Thank
leave
you.
comments and we're going to do questions now. Councillor Liggett, followed by Councillor Reid. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a question for Michael. On page 156, you talk about permitting bonusing through an increase of in height and density, and then you've got bullet points for what the proponent is going to contribute in order to get that bonusing, but I don't see any of that spelled out. That this is very broad statements. Protect, enhance, and restore the natural environment. What does that mean? Energy and water conservation measures. What does that mean? And all of those bullet points, there's no detailing there to enable bonusing here. So could you please explain that?
And through you, Madam Chair. Yes, and I apologize if I wasn't clear enough in the report, but Chapter 10.16.1 of our official plan outlines certain ways that contributions can be made through the design of developments to better enhance or provide for community benefits. And so those bullet points come straight out of our official plan. And Eldon and his team have provided ways through their design that would provide benefits through design to, in a way, benefit the community. So, for example, energy or water conservation measures. The applicant has proposed that development would intend to use infrastructure with the development that takes into account energy and water conservation measures. And this includes things such as permeable pavers, active green roof, the use of low impact development practices, and providing for native species. So that's how the development would comply with that specific criteria. And a lot of these criteria come through the site plan application as well, and are dealt in that in detail on how they're going to implement those measures. But I can go through essentially what has been proposed. With respect to protection, enhancement, and restoration of natural environment, the application does maintain that open space area adjacent to the proposal, including the Milk Creek corridor, enhancing that space with landscaping, ensuring that its natural plants are being used to buffer that from the proposed development. The owner is prepared to explore possibly conveyance of those lands in contribution for Mill Creek restoration and public trail purposes. With respect to improvement of compatibility with existing land uses, I think the idea here is that the applicant is providing for a development that is compatible with the proposed area, downtown Galt, introducing a development that is in line with the policy that is in place both provincially, regionally, and locally. The proposal does provide for a transition of heights through the stepping back from the 18 stories to the 8 stories to 4 and 6 stories to try to better acclimate the surrounding area to that development. And so that's the idea for that criteria. Improvement of traffic and pedestrian movement is another criteria. So the proposed development would provide for pedestrian and vehicle access to and along Kerr Street and Shade Street, which will be integrated as part of the larger pedestrian and vehicle network within the Galt City Center. This site is well positioned to be well connected to existing pedestrian infrastructure, sidewalk, bicycle routes, a multi-use trail, and transit and future ion line. So I think what they've done with their design in terms of connecting it to the surrounding streets and to the multi-use trail is beneficial to that community. With respect to buffering and landscaping over and above the regular requirements, the applicant has provided an attractive landscaping treatment that will be provided to the south of the edge of the subject lands through a series of planting beds. The proposed landscaping has consideration for access for surrounding residents, and along Kerr Street, site amenities such as spill-out patios, street furniture, and plantings have been included to layer landscaping and to promote a positive pedestrian realm adjacent to the site. And then finally, parking demand measures. So the subject site is located within accessible and convenient public transit services. The pedestrian and cycling networks are well connected in the vicinity of the area as well. And the location demonstrates that the subject site is considered to be a place where most local amenities can be accessed by walking or by biking. And so further strategies can enhance that by making a well-connected site, by providing for those additional passageways and connections for use by surrounding residents. So that's the idea behind that policy, is how can we contribute through the design of this building to provide additional community benefits that will help achieve and promote that height and density on the site.
Follow-up, please, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll take my hand down before I forget to here. Michael, thank you for that. I understand, in the official plan, that you've taken this right directly out of that. But when I hear it, you've got to say for all of those bullet points, I don't agree with some of the reasonings that's being given. So one of them, I'll just ask you the question. how can you protect and restore a natural environment such as the creek when it's already in a natural state? It already has all of the water, the banks, the shrubbery, the water vegetation. So I don't understand how you could improve that by doing professional landscaping.
Through you, Madam Chair. The idea is that through good design and proposing, when you're proposing a development such as this, ensuring that you're providing that buffering, providing that landscaping to reduce the impact of the development on the adjacent open space and the adjacent features. That is the idea, and I think the applicant, through their design, tried to maintain that area so that it was buffered away from the development and maintained with natural plantings. And that essentially is the idea, that they are providing that buffer, that landscaping to complement that area and to ensure and mitigate that the development is not going to have those adverse impacts on that current natural area that is currently well preserved. So
again, Madam Chair.
Yep, and I'm just reminding members of council that we're just asking questions at this point, and once we're completed, then we'll ask Eldon to be in the waiting room while we debate. So we'll continue with questions. Go ahead, Councillor Leggett.
Michael, everything you stated, that's all part of the GRCA requirements, though, is it not? I mean, the applicant would have to do all of that anyway.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, there are certainly requirements if within the regulation area and within the floodplain area that no development be provided, and that consideration is had for those features. Through this, I at the moment I can't recall the exact regulation area and how far that extends into the site, but the idea here again is that that area is being buffered through that landscaping and providing that natural, those natural species and landscaping to ensure the protection of that site.
Okay, thank you. I can come back and ask more questions on this, some of the other bullet points after everybody else has asked theirs. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, followed by Councillor Wolf. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam.
Leggett, would you mute, please?
Oh,
thanks. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have a question for probably Michael. There's a mention of bonusing, but there isn't a mention of what the bonusing might be. So could you give me some idea of what the bonusing would accomplish for us as a benefit?
Through you, Madam Chair. The benefits are through the design of the building. And so what I went through and discussed just in my short explanation there for each of the bullet points, I think the idea behind those benefits is that through the urban design of the building, the applicant is providing consideration for certain ways that they can better enhance the surrounding community and provide those community benefits. So those points that are found in the official plan, the protection, enhancement, and restoration of natural environment, well, how are we doing that on site? This is a vacant site that is being developed. It's right adjacent to that Mill Creek Pond. And through the buffering and landscaping that the applicant has provided on their portion of the site, that is a manner in which the community is essentially benefiting from that, because the applicant has contributed to protecting that area. Energy or water conservation measures is another criteria, for example. The building is going to be using low impact development practices, permeable pavers, active green roof, an Energy Star qualified furnace, for example, that is benefiting the overall community by providing for those low impact developments from the site and from the development. And so there's sometimes not a specific benefit in terms of a financial benefit, but these benefits come through the design, and I think that's the idea of it. And possibly if I need to provide more information, I can do that. But I think the applicant has essentially provided that benefit through their design of this building, and it's a well-designed building that provides for those measures, including connection to the local community, providing easy access to surrounding amenities, including that multi-use trail, providing for amenity spaces on site that overflow into the community, such as the patio spaces and the landscaping on the sites that provide that vibrancy to the streets. That's a community benefit that's considered as part of this policy. And I think that's the intent behind that policy.
Well, thank you. You've given me a new way to look at bonusing. But I have a second question.
Councillor Reid, I'm just going to interrupt just for a moment because I missed seeing Eldon's hand a little earlier.
Oh,
so I'm just
sorry.
going to see if he wanted to weigh in on that, or was it the previous one that I missed? Eldon, please go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure that council is aware that the questions that they're asking of staff are probably easily answered by the applicant. So please feel free to use me as a resource. I will also indicate and stress this motion came out of nowhere, and it's very concerning. And I would like to have an opportunity to speak to it before council goes in for a decision on the matter.
Thank you, and we'll get to other questions as well. And that's one of the reasons I made the comment I did to members of council to take advantage of this time for questions for staff and our applicant. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Mayor McGarry,
Okay.
sorry, may I interrupt? Miss Prime had her hand up too, and I think she wanted to add to the question about bonusing. Could we hear from her, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. It's Hollywood Squares. Every time a
It is.
hand goes on and off, it's actually reorganizing my entire screen, which is a new, apparently better feature. I'm not so sure. Go ahead, Lisa, our chief planner.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to further comment on what Michael had said. Just to reiterate that, the importance of the public interest of what this project brings, from a bonusing perspective is very much focused around the brownfield revitalization aspect when you think about the context of protection and enhancement of the environment. So there are multiple layers here of what this contributes from a city building perspective. The ability to clean up a brownfield, adding not only some protection and enhancement towards the creek behind, but also adding a significant improvement in the public realm, planting of trees, enhancing the neighborhood significantly in that context of walking around that street, and having that public realm connection to the downtown core. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Various other aspects that are listed here with respect to efficiency of the investment of infrastructure, and certainly I have all confidence in the efficiencies of the building from a climate perspective in designing condos and efficiencies for what owners have to pay for. And all of these things contribute positively to the public interest from a greenhouse gas reduction perspective and climate change. So I just wanted to sort of throw out a couple of those points. I'm happy to answer anything further or support Michael. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Yes, well, thank you for that, Ms. Prime. All of this helps, for us to, or at least for me, to understand the bonusing and the benefits that it brings to the community. But secondly, I'm looking at the parking, and I'm wondering if there could be, since it is close to where the LRT is going to be and close to the downtown, could the parking be lessened and more bicycle spots be available?
I'm going to go first to Michael and then to Eldon. Please go ahead, Michael.
Through you, Madam Chair, the applicant has also proposed 284 bicycle parking spaces as part of this development, which is, you know,
I'm aware.
a great, yes, perfect. And so the zoning bylaw does have a minimum requirement of parking that must be met for these developments. And the 445 parking spaces does meet that rate of 1 space per dwelling unit. Given the fact that it is within the downtown core and that those connections to the transit are available, you know, we do not require visitor parking spaces. So that is a reduction in the parking already. But certainly, you know, we accept the provisions to have more bicycle parking, but I don't believe that typically the minimum requirement of the parking can be lessened if more bicycle parking is available.
I just thought that there was some, when things are close to the core area, that you can have less parking, but I gather I'm wrong. At least this isn't close enough or whatever. So I thank you for that answer. I'm finished for now. Thank you, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you. Just one moment. Thank you. I'm going to go back to members of council. And at this point, I'm trying to get you to ask questions of the applicant while we have him here with us. We can do questions for staff later. So if your question is not directed to the applicant, I'm going to ask you to take your hands down and wait. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the applicant, to the developer. Basically 2 questions. One, is 12 stories and wider buildings feasible? And if it is feasible with a wider building, what aspects would we be losing in this design that are, let's say, advantageous to the neighborhood?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Wolf. So that idea had been explored and requested multiple times at the liaison committee meetings that we had. 12 stories is effectively, as of right, close to what the zoning permits today. In order to achieve that type of design, and we've looked at it, you would effectively have to create a really fat square building. So the ebbs and flows, the step backs and setbacks, the things that articulate the building go away in favor of a more kind of monolithic building that would effectively fill out the footprint of the site. So in doing that, it would force things like all parking to be underground, which would increase the amount of parking that we do below grade. It would bring to questions about spatial separation of windows and overview internally, because you'd have to create some sort of courtyard in the center in order to be able to get natural light in, because just creating one big block wouldn't be able to achieve units unless you're running really long bowling alleys. Quite honestly, I'm not sure how a rethinking of the site to 12 stories can be achieved by November 21st, where it is deemed to be feasible and functional, particularly given we've had extensive conversations and we've looked at it internally. Just to answer your question plainly, I'm not confident that that's going to work.
Okay. And my second question, I understand there is no affordable housing in the plan we're looking at today. And I was wondering if you had considered a per unit donation to our affordable housing fund.
So to you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Wolf, that had not been considered. It had not been an item that has been presented to us. The list that we provided for Section 37 were items that we deemed would have a positive benefit on the city. If contributions to affordable housing through Section 37 is of greater importance, that can be reprioritized to achieve that objective. If it's something that allows us to keep those 18 stories, that's something that we would definitely consider and have a conversation about. But it wasn't something that we're open to it. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. That's everything for me.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And I do have some questions to staff, but this will be directed to Eldon because I know we have him here. I had 3 questions, and Councillor Wolf asked the first 2 about the height and affordable housing. So that leaves me, I suppose, with just one for Eldon. And it has to do with amenities. I know there have been several amenities that have been discussed, from a cafe and a patio to reworking some of the creek, maybe providing more pedestrian access to the paths. I noticed in some of the diagrams in the bottom left corner by building B, it looks like there could be a tennis court, or I apologize if I missed it somewhere, but if you could run through some of the amenities of the buildings that you've planned, like are there things I'm missing, like a playground, tennis or basketball courts, or you could just run us through what the building on top of the rooftop patios will actually provide, not only to residents, but to the public living in the nearby area. That'd be very helpful.
To you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Hamilton. So at this point and at this stage, because we haven't gotten to the site plan approval stage, what we provided at this point is the space in order to accommodate that. And that space, being close to 72,000 square feet, is allocated in different areas across the building. There's ample space at the ground floor. There are rooftop terrace spaces that will allow for a series of programming. And part of that is the details of fleshing that out and what can happen on the site is really part of the determination of how we move forward on building and marketing to future users and the type of tenants that would be attracted to the building. But the variety of spaces is, in my experience and projects that I've worked on of a similar nature, is the important component to be able to provide a variety of rooms, whether it be a community room, or whether what's really big now is being able to have a satellite or kind of a co-working space that people choose to, instead of going to the office, they have a space where it's already set up within their building that provide those levels of comfort and amenity. Those are all up for discussion as part of the future site plan application. The component adjacent to Mill Creek, the proposal is to provide for restoration along that edge. Not just landscaping it, but providing restoration landscaping that will enhance that, the features and the amenity. And through the process, of understanding that the Conservation Authority was looking to relocate the trail, given the future location of the ion. So part of that would also be exploring those opportunities to have those trail connections and have this development connect into that, which provides for active transportation opportunities like that. So in short, there are no specified specific programs yet. but the space to be able to accommodate it is there. And working with the owner will work through that process to determine how best to ensure a great diversity of uses for tenants.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mann, next, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And Eldon, thank you for your comments and for your presentation. And just so that I understand correctly, the original proposal was 30 and 24, and you've already reduced it by 12 and 6, and we're asking you to reduce it by a total of 18 and 12 to get to two 15-story buildings.
Actually, it's I'm just going to correct that. The motion that Councillor Mehta put on was 12 stories. So you have to redo your math.
Yes, well, I was never any good at math. And you said when Councillor Wolf asked the same question that you're not confident it would work. So my question of you is, what would you feel comfortable being able to do? Or are you comfortable being able to take a look at it and reduce it further than what you have?
To you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Mann. Just speaking frankly, the request for 12 stories, which is effectively not just a change in height, but a change in built form, going from a tall building to a mid-rise. At this juncture in the process, when a recommendation report is coming forward, is taking us a bit by surprise. So we've been presented with this information, asked to determine, can we make it work? So that's a tough question for us. We know that we can make the 18-story proposal work. We worked hard. We've done our engineering. We've done our transportation. We've done all the components. We've made those submissions based on that proposal. The proposed density within that proposal is important in order for the project to be viable for the owner. If there is a world in which that can be deployed in 12 stories and still meet building code and still meet parking and still meet all the other objectives that the city has been looking for through the approval process, we're open to it. The issue is we've been at this application for over probably coming on 2 years now. And we thought that we were at the end of this process. And what I'm hearing is that we should go back and reconsider something that, quite frankly, was raised at one of the Liaison committee meetings, and we thought there was an understanding that it was something that was not feasible. So I don't have a full answer for you on that. I can tell you without even speaking to my client that he's very concerned about the conversation that's happening right now, and that if additional time had to be added on to this process to take a step back again, I'm not sure. He would probably have to revisit his options.
Thank you. And if I can, Madam Mayor, and what might those other options be, Eldon, or are you able to answer that?
It's for you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Mann, I think those options would likely be an appeal. And that appeal may not be the same concept that we're looking at right now.
Thank you, Eldon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I've got a couple of questions as well before we go to round two. Eldon, I'm listening carefully to what you have said. I have actually done the math on Councillor Mann's behalf. So, you know, the proposal that came forward just now was 12 and 18 stories, less than was agreed to at the very beginning. So I've got a few questions really about the design of the building. I also understand that current designs are that tall and slender buildings now maximize land use, especially in a time period where, especially in city areas, including Waterloo Region, are looking at trying to prevent paving over our farmland in order to achieve density. So I know that much of the building design has gone to tall and slender, and that allows less massing at the street level, more ability to have sightline through and around the buildings, and also allows you to better plan some of the amenities on the ground floor. So my question to you about the design of the building would be that just, you know, the initial thought that you had on this is that you wouldn't be able to do anything but put an entire 12 stories and not use the whole, I guess, footprint is what I'm looking for the actual site itself to try and achieve the density. I'll just start with that.
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. So to answer your question, the tall building does allow for, in comparison to the mid-rise building, and again, I'm speaking from the world in which it's important for us to be able to maintain a similar density as it relates to the proposal by spreading out that built form across the site, which is effectively what you have to do in order to meet the height. You would need to utilize more site coverage. So the coverage as it sits today would have to increase. So that would remove your on-site soft landscape or open space or open areas that are currently there today in lieu of building footprints. That would likely, we would look to transfer that to, you know, green roof opportunities, but that's not the same. And it's not as dually accessible. It is really for a private environment. But what you'd really have is a building that would, what you see the footprints right now, we would have to extend west, and perhaps there may be a connection in order to pick up that difference. You can see even in the proposal as we move from the 18 to 20, the 24 and 30, getting to the 18 and 18, that we're able to achieve a shift in that density through the podium. So what the effect was the building massing getting a little more bulkier in order to accommodate that reduction in height. So any further reduction in height is just going to continue to spread out that built form across the site. So if the question is about, you know, maintaining a greater amount of open space on a site, you would want to move towards a taller building form, slender towers, to help to achieve that. And the comment about equity versus mid-rise and high-rise, I can tell you for a fact that I work on applications across Southern Ontario for high-rise buildings that are rental housing that provide those opportunities. The built form of high-rise is transforming into places where families can grow up, and it is providing an alternative form of housing that is often more affordable than the ground level product that within that neighborhood. So it plays an important role in meeting growth objectives, in accommodating future populations, and addressing the housing issue that we currently have in this province.
Thank you. And the second question I had was really about the Brownfield site, and this is a Brownfield site. And I also know that although there are certainly ways to achieve a cleaned up site ahead of building anything on it, there would be certainly a cost. So I guess I'm concerned. I've heard that from a couple of councillors, just whether there's a financially feasible way to manage this. And I think that what you're saying is that the the property owner was good at 18 stories each, but maybe in question if it's, brought down to 12 stories.
Madam Mayor, so my understanding of the site today is that it's already gone through a level of remediation, and that's been acknowledged through the approval process. Whether additional remediation is required, I don't know. I don't believe so, but I don't believe that's a factor that is influencing the overall determination of height and density.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eldon, thanks for being here again tonight. And, as a person who chaired those meetings, the liaison meetings, I have to say a lot of work was done during those. It's too bad that the last meeting was canceled because of COVID, because I think we probably could have handled a lot of the the problems that the residents are having at this point in time. But we had some unfinished business that still had to be done. And thank you for also just now speaking to the brownfield. That was done prior to your the owner purchasing. It was done by a previous owner. When I look at the square footage of these buildings, and I look at if that was to be brought down to 12, and then the 8 stories, both 8 stories being increased in height, I look at the actual square footage here, and it looks like that could all be accommodated in that same footprint. You would also be able to reduce some of the parking. So you could actually probably move out. And I know you've said that you had brought forward the massing before, and I remember that happening, and the neighbors weren't against the massing. As a matter of fact, they talk about preferring that over the extra height. So I think that myself, as well as neighbors, would be happy if the massing were to occur and you could just balance those stories out, because it honestly does look like you've got the same square footage if you were to take that lineup of buildings and just balance it out. So if you went down to 12 stories, increase those 8 stories up to 4, and that should be able to just about get you there, and maybe just increase a bit of the footprint if you had to. Would that handle that? I know you don't want to go back. I get that. But do you think that is a potential that could be handled in that way? And by the way, I love your proposal. I absolutely do love the proposal.
So through you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Leggett, I've shot an email to my architect to re-ask the question as to whether that is something that is feasible. I think I've been pretty clear to council that our objective is to continue to maintain the same amount of density on the site. If there is a world in which that distribution works, and I preface this with the comments on the petition that spoke to a number of things that this shift would further disrupt, including on-site open space. We'd have a building wall that would be 12 stories. That in itself, that built form would have an interesting shadow that would be pretty firm, as opposed to having nuances in between the two buildings. There are elements that if the decision were to go to 12 stories, whether there is time between November 9th and the final bylaw to determine that, I have to find out from my architect to determine if that is something that's even feasible or something that could possibly work. We can commit to trying to look at that. But again, this is very 11th hour of having to consider that.
Okay, follow up, please, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
So Eldon, would you need longer than November 23rd, like into December?
So Madam Mayor, and to that, my previous point, my client has been waiting a long time. We would obviously move aggressively to try and see if there's something that would work. The one concern that we always have is that we can rush to develop something, but when it gets down to the nuances of making it functionally work, we wouldn't have had the time. So there may be things that maybe you consider a certain time, but I am volunteering our architect on the team to look at something. Our concern is that it may not be an attractive outcome.
Okay, so again, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you'd be willing to go ahead and do that if we defer this and give you that opportunity, and then we can look at what the best outcome is for this property based on what you've presented for tonight and then what you're going to bring forward?
If that is the direction that council wants to go, up to you, Madam Mayor. And again, that's not our preference, but if that is the direction that council wants to go and wants to take time to look at a 12-story option, I guess our hands are tied on the matter. My client would like to go forward with the 18-story proposal. But I think to properly look at it, we would probably need to get into mid-December to be able to understand whether it functionally works.
Okay.
So it would be, I guess it would be to look at it and to take the time to work with your staff to determine whether that works and to bring all parties together. It's probably mid-December.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mann, go. Just one moment. Mr. Calder, will you go ahead first?
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Through you to council. I just wanted to weigh in on this November 23rd date. To be quite frank, there's no way staff could respond to a revised application by November 23rd and do its review and report back to you. Reports for the 23rd are actually due by next Monday in order to get them into the agenda cycle. So I think, as Mr. Theodore said, we're into December at the earliest, and I'm just going to tell you too, your agendas are piling up in terms of items that we have to deal with in the next 60 days with budget in there as well. So I just wanted to alert you that I think we have to be realistic about staff's capacity and our timing to get back to you. So please take that into account. I will have some other comments once you get to it regarding the wording of the resolution, but I'll save my comments until we determine where you're going. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to Mr. Theodore. Eldon, when I asked the question about other options, you talked about an appeal, and you talked about an appeal being a possibility, but you also said that it might be something different than what is being proposed tonight. Could you just elaborate on that for me a little bit?
To you, Madam Mayor, and to you, Councillor Mann. Yeah, thank you for the question. And again, this is me anticipating the ownership and their patience through the approval process to this point and being anxious to move forward. The plan before you is a plan of compromise. It's it's a plan that has when you think about it, not everyone is happy with everything as it relates to this building. My client would prefer that that the proposal was higher. The neighborhood would prefer that this building was lower. Compromises and modifications were made in order to find a balance between that proposal. We continue to be of the view that a taller building represents good planning on this site. And should my client choose to go the OLT route, it may be my client's option to reconsider some of the compromise that they have put on the table.
Okay, that clarifies it for me. Thank you, Eldon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Atchade, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam. Thanks, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Mann has basically asked the question I had. My concern was, and I wanted to ask Eldon, the applicant could come back, say this has been a long process. I think a lot of compromise has been met here. But he could come back, Ellen, you could come back with your applicant, could come back and say, oh, we're going the OLT, but we're going to 24 and 30 stories original. That could be a possibility. Is that not correct?
To you, Madam Mayor, to you, Councillor Atchade. I mean, yes. And I'm not saying specific heights, or I'm not saying anything else, but I think in fairness and just out of transparency, a discussion of reconsideration of the heights proposed before you tonight would be a consideration of my client.
Is that it, Councillor Atchade?
Yes, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, you muted just as you were saying that, I think. Okay, and I did have one last question too, and that was about the cost. If we're looking at, having you and your architect and, your team, Eldon, go back to the drawing board, I would imagine that it certainly costs more to do that. And it, would it sort of undermine the financial viability of the project itself?
So, Madam Mayor, I'm not the best person to answer that question. I think every owner developer will tell you that every penny counts on a project, but particularly so in a housing market where trades are few and far to find. So construction and development costs more, and it continues to increase. So whatever additional cost that comes out of this process, if we have to extend the additional time, or if it had to go to appeal, or if we took 6 months, that would effectively be transferred onto the home buyer. It has to be recouped somehow. So the affordability of this development, in terms of whether it's attainable housing or whether it's housing that deeper, it's always dependent on how long it takes for you to be able to put shovel into the ground.
Thank you, and that does clarify, and as you said, attainable as well. And I do appreciate too that it's been a long process for everybody, and that there's compromises that have already come back. Without that, Eldon, I just wanted to thank you for joining us this evening. Our clerks will now move you into the waiting room, but you can continue to follow along using and viewing our City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Now we'll go and continue questions for staff. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Yes, this is a question for Mr. Calder. Should they not be able to come back with a more massed, so that they still have the same number of units but a lower height by December, whatever, and it were to be appealed and go to the tribunal, Could they go at the original, or would it be based on this application now?
They would consider it a non-decision by council. If there was nothing decided tonight or between now and whenever, they could go to the OLT at any time and say there's a non-decision by council, and they could go back to their original application and height. So yes, and I think Mr. Theodore was being diplomatic and not coming right out and saying that, but they have that option to do that, yes. And then the decision is in the hands of the OLT.
So it seems like we're being blackmailed. I mean,
I wouldn't use that
Councillor
word.
Liggett, I wouldn't use it.
It seems
It's the
like,
process is being used.
yeah, I get that. It's too bad the tribunals work that way. Thank you.
And I'm going to remind members of council to be cautious with your language, please. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Couple questions, and this is to staff. That property on Kerr Street, how long has it been vacant? And what had been on there previously? Can anybody from staff answer that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I actually do not know the full history of that site, so unfortunately I can't answer that for you.
Okay, that's fine. But it does appear there's a little bit of leverage being used for sure. Okay,
Mr. Bromberg, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Bromberg.
That's okay. Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I do want to indicate that the site is contaminated. It may have been used as a foundry at one point, but I don't know that for sure, but it is contaminated, considered a brownfield.
Oh, it's definitely brownfield for sure. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Mann, did you have an answer to that? You were just waving quickly. I'll go back to you if not.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my recollection, the most recent was a gas station at the corner of Beverly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Adshade, was that something you can answer? Sorry, I'm just watching two hands waving.
Yeah, it's actually, I worked there as a student. It was a Marble Iron that location. It was a foundry, and that's why it's contaminated.
Now we're finding out everybody's history, not just the history of the property, but our employment too.
It was a dusty job, believe me. Yeah, it was pretty dirty. Yeah,
I believe that. We'll continue with questions. Councillor Devine.
I believe that's referred to as a legacy hand.
I could have asked that, but you brought up the term. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton's next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I have two questions for staff. And the first one, I suppose, is probably directed to Lisa. And this has to do with the nature of intensifying the core, but also the proposed HCD that we voted on a few weeks back. Lisa, in your vision of the heritage kind of plan of the downtown and the proposed heights, does it make sense that if we have an HCD, the heights are going to be lower? We can't build as high, so we're going to have to grow outwards on the periphery. And this is on the outskirts of the periphery of the proposed HCD. So is this something that fits the kind of strategic plan you had for downtown height and the HCD in the core?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hamilton, I would suggest that, yes, this site is, you're correct. We need to protect heights in the core and through the Heritage District for that area. This site represents one of the opportunities that surround that core on sort of all sides to represent places for density and height and growth. And I think close to the major transit station area, this site is a real opportunity in how it connects beside a commercial non-residential building next to it, how it abuts on what will be your transit, how it's entirely walkable to the core and provides an amazing opportunity for getting greater foot traffic and people into the core from an economic development and business opportunity. I think, yeah, the importance of how we design height and ensure that we have a real livability and in the unit sizing and the unit sort of passive design opportunities through towers and podiums, and that experience at street level as a building sets back is really important principles of design, as opposed to something that creates a wall right at the street. We want to really take advantage of our development to see public realm that is broad and wide and accessible, has trees planted on it, and really represents a livability aspect of what goes on at street level. And typically, you know, the experience of towers that are set back, no matter what height they are, really sort of disappears, so to speak, in a sense, into the air, and provides that airiness and distance between towers for privacy and other things that were also mentioned tonight. So yeah, I think from a location perspective, this absolutely fits in with the growth expectations for transit in the downtown core.
Thank you. And Your Worship, I have one more question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This one is probably towards Lisa. But the issue of the debt and the potential deficit has come up a few times. I'd circled on page 150. If it costs, the development charges will be 5 million change, 5,061,529, compared to the annual budget of 1.35 million. It creates a potential deficit. So how does this affect our figures going forth? Is this a sound investment that we should be making? Is it normal? If you could advise us from an economic standpoint on the development charges and the hit we would take, that'd be very helpful.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hamilton, I'm going to make a comment, and then I might ask Cardi to comment further on the details of that. You know, these sites have opportunities for investment through relief in order to get them developed as brownfields, right? This is an important part of investment in how we choose to sort of secure a tax base for the future and invest in what those opportunities are. So that's kind of how that comes about. And so I would suggest that this is what the intent of the CIP and what we're trying to do with downtown is doing. Those things can continually be updated and revised over time as you see growth and opportunity. I'll maybe pass it to Hardy if he has something further specific to from a budgeting perspective.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor McGarry, to Council. I don't have an answer in terms of the debt financing. Michelle Ayers might be better educated to respond to that. But I do want to share with Council that staff are preparing a report for early first quarter in 2022 with options for Council's consideration regarding the current community improvement plan to revisit the policy of waiving development charges within our core areas. Initially, when Council introduced that community improvement plan with waiving those development charges, it was for the purpose of attracting investment to our cores, and we're seeing over the last year or year plus, frankly, quite a bit of interest in the downtown core, and certainly we as staff feel that it's now an opportune time to revisit those policies. So the outcome likely will not affect this particular project, but again, that could be dependent on when a building permit application is applied for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wolf, you're next. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to staff, I guess. Affordable housing is a priority, and when we're looking at bonusing, it was my understanding that we would be asking for a contribution to our affordable housing fund, similar to what we did with the Pearl investment. I was pleased that they were going to give $2,000 per unit or per door to support supportive housing. So if we do approve these two 18-story buildings, will you approach the developer for donation to our fund?
I can answer that initially. I don't know. Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Wolf, I think, yes, we absolutely can ask that. Sorry, I don't have all the history on this project and how we are today and whether or not that opportunity was shared tonight, but it seemed something they were interested in having further discussion on from what we heard, if I'm not misinterpreting, Eldon. So absolutely, that is something we can pursue. And I would just comment that, yeah, I'm going to leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
I won't add extra comments. That was your question.
Okay, all right. I just don't want us to forget that ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Hardy. Hardy, you were just speaking about this being brownfields, but I just, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed to me that you were saying that it was still contaminated, but and I had this confirmed by Eldon just now. This property was totally cleaned up by the previous owner. So this company bought the land free, except, uncontaminated, except for one small area, which they cleaned up during their ownership. So this land currently does not need any funds to do any cleanup because it's already being done. Is that not correct? I remember the cleanup, so I'm kind of confused here. Did I just mishear you?
No, I did indicate that it was a contaminated site. I'm not sure if the entire portion, I'm not sure if Michael is aware of a proper record of site condition for the entire site, or whether there was a record of site condition for a portion of it. Just maybe if Michael knows that.
My understanding is that the site is is no longer contaminated, and I was also introduced to this project a little later on, so my understanding of the history comes from discussions with other staff members. But my understanding is that this site has been cleaned up and is no longer a contaminated site.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that clarified because it seemed like it was being said that it wasn't. Thank you.
Councillor Mann, go ahead. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And I think Councillor Hamilton touched on this item, and that's the $5 million in development charges that will have to be covered. And I suppose my question is to Ms. Ayers, we have to come up with that money somewhere. And I suppose at the end of the day, by the end of the year, if the building permits come in, we have to come up with that money, don't we?
You, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. When they pull the building permits for the development, we would need to fund that core or that exemption from DCs as per the bylaw that council has put in place through our development charges bylaw.
Thank you for that. And if I may, Madam Mayor, at the conclusion of this item, then I would ask for some direction to staff on how we're going to deal with that in the future, and I'll bring that forward after we deal with this motion.
All right, thank you. As chair, I have a few questions too. I think that my question is really to probably Ms. Prime, and it's really regarding some of the other density targets that the city is required by the province to achieve. And so the designated growth area and the provincially mandated growth is to GALT by the province. So my question to you, Lisa, is twofold. One is, does this particular development help us to achieve that target? And secondly, in its relationship to a proposed LRT station. This is smack dab in the major transit station area where we are needing to ensure that we have that density target. Is that correct?
Madam, yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, it's important that we achieve density at the transit station areas, and that we can achieve density across the city and in the core, as you say, in various levels of building height. But we definitely want to have some transition and see buildings such as this height as we've recommended at the station. It's absolutely important. It protects your investment in infrastructure.
Thank you. And really in looking at some of the climate change mitigation strategies that we're trying to put in, we've heard, a few comments of people thinking that this doesn't really help any city achieve climate change mitigation strategies. But indeed, from what I understand, when you support a more compact built form, this is seen as having the best potential to actually address climate change because it provides for more efficient use of the land instead of taking long, low, huge tracts of land to build lower heights. And it also provides for that infrastructure that we're spending, at all levels of government in order to provide higher order transit and transit corridors and, building out our active transportation routes and trying to reduce cars and greenhouse gas emissions, and that's really trying to support transit supported communities. And that also helps to reduce commuting distances and directs more growth away from our agricultural lands and the natural heritage systems. And having spent most of the afternoon in regional committee today with our first round of delegations regarding the regional official plan, that's a huge issue that we're trying to achieve, is to prevent paving over our agricultural lands and really holding to our hard countryside line. And so in your estimation, how do we do that if we don't achieve these pockets of higher density, and that includes height?
Yeah, to you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, intensification is a priority. A range of heights is absolutely acceptable and achievable, and therefore we need some of these bigger buildings. These are absolutely part of a climate strategy. We can have some of the most efficient buildings in the world in tall buildings and taller buildings. It's all about design, and the importance of public livability is about how well you connect those buildings into your community, how well you have ground floor related uses and opportunities for people to have collisions and get out of their buildings and go places, and for entertainment and services in a walkable neighborhood, right? So these are all aspects of what gets you an intensified core on transit, reducing parking. Ultimately, that will be our goal, right? That we start to see an opportunity for reduced parking places in buildings as we build the transit and we see a shift in how people can live. So yes, these are priorities to protect agriculture. This is as a very much a climate-based planner. My objectives in doing that are protecting agricultural land and countryside and building urban spaces and places for complete communities.
And just a point of clarification on that, something you said earlier in answer to one of the other council members was again about the actual space itself and how you plan this particular site. So if density target had to be achieved and you were actually building, corner to corner on that particular footprint of the building site, then there would be no room to actually add some of the trees and the, kind of the outdoor amenity space and more of the greenery and the shrubs and kind of the landscape plan around it. Is that kind of what you're talking about. So taller and narrow, you don't use the whole site. So you have some outdoor amenity space versus huge massing to all corners.
To you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. That is certainly an opportunity you have on sites where you're putting in some density, and you want to be able to intermix those things and not have everything built to the lot line in a very narrow public realm without opportunities for green space, for sure.
Okay, thank you. You put it way better than I can. Seeing no further questions, we now will move to comments. So we'll go to comments at this time. Councillor Mehta, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, Madam Chair. So, you know, I still stand with my comments, and I do believe that a similar density can be accommodated on the site with a lower height. And a lot of the site plan, a lot of it is parking anyways. I believe that in certain areas, you could even have the building overhang the surface parking. So the amenity area would not be covered by the building, but you could have some of that surface parking be covered. There's certainly a few examples in Burlington where they've done that, because in Burlington, they've had a major backlash with the high rises. Like the community essentially voted in a new council in response to that. And now what they're doing is they're getting a lot more creative with their developments, where they're finding ways to have the lower height, but to still meet the density targets. And that's just one example. Like, so you could have an enlarged building overhang the surface parking. That's one way you can do it. And I understand too the whole concept of the relationship at the street level. And I also believe a podium can still be maintained, a podium of some kind along Shade Street. And another thing too, I think we need to think more about is when you do have a taller building, I know you can kind of hide it at street level, but you still see it in the distance. When you look down McNaughton Street, you're still going to see it. And as I've mentioned, we're going to have situations where people are swimming in their backyard in their pools, and they're going to see a building in the distance and things like that. I've already actually heard from some people that have experienced that in parts of the city already, and they're not happy about that. So, you know, I respectfully submit that we can still make improvements. The whole appeal process is a lengthy period. I don't believe this would even take nearly as long as that. I believe it's quicker for the developer to meet with us and to continue to fine tune this. That can be done faster than an appeal to the LPAT, which they've already have a backlog of cases. I think if we work together, we could meet the deadline of the middle of December if that's the date that gets put forward. I'm very confident that can happen. And I think, you know, when we work with the residents and we come up with something that is more comfortable, that they're more comfortable with, I believe everyone wins. You know, the neighborhood wins, a developer wins, a city wins, everyone wins. And that's what I'm trying to push for here. And that's what I'm very passionate about. And we are subsidizing this development in some ways through the development charges. And I think we should be respectfully pushing harder to make this the best development that it can be, that will serve a great model for future developments in the core, and something that will get the community excited, so we can just multiply it and meet our density targets, get people riding transit, get the population that we need in the cores, and really enhance our neighborhoods. So those are my comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. This clearly is a very, very exciting project. The project is needed in the largest core that we have in the city, largest of the three. And that land sat there vacant for a long time. And yeah, there's probably some contamination on it, like every other brownfield site. So that, you know, that certainly will get cleaned up. I would like to have a look at the 12 stories. I would like to have a look at that. If it's doable, I think we should head in that direction. Now, I do have some concerns, and Mr. Calder brought those concerns up. I mean, today is the 9th of November, and I don't know if we have the staff to be able to, or the horses to be able to pull this off by prior to Christmas. to be honest with you. I mean, everybody's gonna have to, really have a good, long, hard look at what we're doing and put their nose to the grindstone, both sides. If we're gonna be able to pull something off in December, and my guess is likely to be January. But I can support the 12 stories or the 12-story concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too can support the 12 stories that Councillor Mehta has brought forward. And having been in the thick of this throughout the entire situation, I do understand the passion and where everybody's coming from. I have to remind everybody, I keep hearing that this property is on the periphery of the downtown, but it's not on the periphery of the downtown. That's an entire block connected to Main Street. That block starts at Main Street, ends on Kerr. This is the whole second half of that block. It is part of the downtown. It's not on the periphery. And I have trouble with that when we're looking at the height of the 18 stories. That's the height of 95 Cambridge Street. That's humongous. That's almost the height of Gaslight. And you're talking about that looming over the downtown core. I would really like to see us push this off and see what people can come back with. And I'm willing to put a deferral on the floor for this motion so that can happen at this point. But before we can deal with the deferral, I really do want to apologize to Eldon. I've come to know him, and I have a great deal of respect for him. My passion was because of the position I felt that I was being put in to push this through under the thought of having this go to the tribunal for a hearing, and I felt very uncomfortable being pushed into that corner. But it in no way it had anything to do with his professionalism, because him and his the people that he worked with have been very, very good. I've got to say they're one of the best that I've had to deal with in my 7 years on council. So I needed to say that before we deal with a deferral till December or January, whatever staff feels most comfortable with.
Councillor Liggett, there's a lineup of people that would like to make comments. Are you putting the deferral on now, or are you willing to wait until we hear other comments?
No, I'm putting the deferral on now.
Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Devine, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to warn everybody that about every 30 seconds, my screen completely reorganizes and I can't see everybody. So if you're seconding, please speak up. I'll allow you to do that. It's much easier. Okay, speaking to time and place. Councillor Adshade.
No, it's not time and place. I'll take my hand down. I was going to make a comment.
Thank you. Councillor Reid. All right, I see no further hands on time and place. So I'm going to now call the question. Madam Clerk. Oh, just a moment. We're just going to word the deferral.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Liggett, did you want to clarify the motion? I'm struggling to hear clerks in this and everybody else.
No, I was late to the game. Thank you, Madam Chair. Whatever staff thinks works for them, preferably December. They may feel they can't do that in that amount of time, but I think that's what's best for the proponent if we can push it to December rather than January.
Well, I do need an answer in order to get the clerk to manage the deferral. My suggestion would be, okay, Mr. Brownberg, please go ahead.
I was just going to maybe ask if Ms. Prime could weigh in as to the ability to get something to council by December or January.
You know, it was already mentioned the December reporting dates, which are a challenge, and the issue of the agenda, Hardy, I'm not sort of in control of that. So whether or not it could come onto the agenda, I do think it would be a challenge for both sides. January would be more reasonable from our perspective, granted all things considered and the urgencies of it.
Okay, I'll put January on the floor then, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm just going to take a moment now to allow the clerk to actually word it. Oh, and sorry, I'm not seeing things tonight. It's really difficult. Mr. Calder, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, and through you to council. I don't mean to complicate or confuse things, but I don't know what you're deferring. You're deferring the decision is what I'm hearing, because what's on the floor is what gets deferred. So you can defer that to whatever you want, but the same recommendation comes back. So I think if I could make a suggestion is that, and this is what I was going to talk about, the wording of the motion that was originally on the floor, is that it states that council proposes a building with a maximum of 12 stories. My interpretation of that is if you pass that motion, you've approved 12 stories and staff come back with a revised bylaw to implement 12 stories. But through the conversation of council, I don't think that's what you mean. What I heard was that really council is directing staff to discuss a 12-story development with the applicant and report back. So I think that achieves what you want more than a deferral, unless you just want to defer this out and see what happens. But as I said, we'd be reporting back with this recommendation. So I don't defer. I'm not convinced deferral gets you where I think you want to go, but it's your will as to what you want to do. I just don't know what you expect staff to be doing with this deferral. Thank you, Mayor McGarry.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Mr. Calder. And my suggestion would possibly be, rather than deferral, is to actually put the motion on the floor to the vote and then go from there.
And if I can, Mayor McGarry, I would ask that the motion that Councillor Ameta put on the floor, and I apologize, we haven't had an opportunity to discuss this, that one lines that read, and that council directs staff to discuss a 12-story development with the applicant and report back to council. We would then, we've heard the comments, we'll do that as soon as we can. Don't put a date on it, because I'm going to have to probably come back and say we're not there yet. But we've heard the urgency for this to get this resolved, so we would do what we can within our powers to get a report back. Those are my thoughts on Councillor Ameta's resolution. And don't even put anything about the bylaw at this point.
Just before we go to Councillor Liggett, I'm going to have the clerk reread Councillor Ameta's motion because we didn't have it ahead of time. And again, here's another example where it's really difficult to do this on the fly. And I don't see anything about staff there, but I'm going to have the Madam Clerk to read the motion first.
So as it stands, it reads that report 21-094 CD be received, and that recognizing the plan for the property at 55 Kerr Street has been revised by the applicant to reduce the height and unit count from the amount initially proposed in the original submission, that council proposed a building with a maximum height of 12 stories, and that the bylaws listed on the agenda of November 9th, 2021 be deferred to reflect the revised height and be included on the agenda for November 23rd, 2021.
What I do see with that too is that it has a date on it that is unacceptable in terms of timing at all. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear what Mr. Calder has to say, and I'm quite willing to remove my deferral from the floor if Councillor Devine is willing to remove his seconding of that, because it sounds like the motion is doing exactly what I'm saying, other than the date is not acceptable for staff to be able to get their work done. So that would mean that there needs to be an amendment to that motion for that to happen in January. Am I correct in that? Maybe, Mr. Calder?
No.
Okay.
Staff's job is to interpret motions that council pass. And I'm just saying, if you pass the motion as printed, my interpretation is you've approved 12 stories and you're just waiting for us to bring a bylaw forward to accommodate 12 stories. But what I heard in the discussion was really, I think you want to direct staff to go and have a conversation with the developer about a 12-story development. Then we would report back.
And that's about sitting here as chair, Mr. Calder, that's about what I hear as well. And I still don't see staff involvement. Go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Could we have the second part of that motion read about staff? Because I thought that directed staff to work with the developer. Did it not?
No, it doesn't. And that's my confusion. It says recognizing the plan for the property at 55. Sorry, I'm going to have the clerk read it again.
So I'm reading the original.
Well,
sorry, I'm not.
We are going to need to take a break here so that we can communicate. It's too difficult this way. I've got 3 different wordings here and we're in different rooms. So we're now going to take a 15-minute recess. Please take your cameras and your mute buttons and make sure they're on. Thank you. Could all of council please put on their cameras? I'm just waiting for Councillor Reid. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And by way of explanation, Council didn't receive this motion ahead of time, but there's been several iterations back and forth from Councillor Urmeta. So I'm going to, with Councillor Urmeta's indulgence, have Madam Clerk read the original motion that he was trying to draft this morning that is more in keeping with some of the comments that Mr. Calder has brought into the discussion. So, Madam Clerk. I'm going to Madam Clerk.
Okay. So based on David's recommendation, we hope that this revised motion will capture the intent of what Councillor Urmeta has put forward and provide staff with the opportunity to work with the applicant. So it reads that report 21-094 CD be received, and that recognizing the plan for the property at 55 Kerr Street has been revised by the applicant to reduce the height and unit count from the amount initially proposed in the original submission, that council requests the applicant to work with staff on the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to propose a building with a maximum of 12 stories.
And I'll turn to you, Councillor Urmeta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just an apology. You were right that I did go back and forth throughout the day as I was trying to capture the wording. And I made the assumption that council would have been notified before the meeting, and that didn't happen. And I should have asked. I had made the assumption that the council would have been notified, so I'm apologizing. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to remind council of the procedural bylaws, if you're bringing a motion last minute, it is up to you to help to inform or let us know that council wants to be informed. It's another reason why we're now reviewing and updating our procedural bylaws. It's very difficult for council to do this on the fly, and we don't have it in front of us. Anyway, Councillor Urmeta, I wanted to go back to you now and ask, with what Madam Clerk read out, is that the motion that would capture your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would, yes.
And the seconder?
I'm absolutely fine with that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to ask for comments on this revised motion. Councillor Adshade, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I can't support this motion of reducing it to 12 stories because we've already been told they don't think it's going to work. There is my real concern is the appeal to the OLT. You know, the staff has already recommended this to be approved, and as we've gone over, it is good planning. So I'm really concerned that if the developer comes around and appeals this to OLT, we won't have a very strong case. We got to remember this has been a real compromise. Originally, it was 24 to 30 stories. Now it's 18 stories. And we're cleaning up a Brownfield site. It was 592 units. Now it's down to 445. So I think there's been good compromise. I think the community liaison team did a really good job on this. I think it's a fair compromise. And we also got to remember these 18 stories are very similar to other buildings on the edge of the core. So I think it's been reduced. I don't think it's, as the developer said, I don't think it can be reduced any further. So I'm happy with the original motion.
Okay, Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I too will be opposing this motion. I've heard from the planner, I've heard from the developer. I think we're not going to get a 12-story plan, especially in the short time. And I think if this was going to be asked, it needed to be asked months ago, not tonight. I think it's better planning and better design to have this tall, thin buildings and this gradual setback from the street rather than a solid 12-story wall and massing. So I think the original motion with the 18 stories, though I know many residents think that's too high, I think the end result will be a much better building than if we try to force a 12-story massive building on that site.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reid is next. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too will be opposing this motion for the reasons that have been expressed by both of the former councillors, and I don't think there's anything more I need to say. I think the compromise is adequate, and it is something that that both sides need to make a compromise, and I think the neighborhood will feel a lot happier with this building when it is built than they would with one that was 12 stories, in fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And yeah, thank you to Councillor Mehta for sharing your concerns. You know, it's very clear that all of us, I think, as citizens of Cambridge, are trying to find ways to reconcile ourselves with how our core needs to change, and that's the essential issue, I think, that is overarching this and several of the other motions we've seen over the past month. It's change. Our city is changing. How can we shape its future so that it's going to be the best Cambridge and best Galt core as we know it can be? And that leads me to this motion. That's why I appreciate you bringing the alteration forward, but I can't accept the motion with 12 stories. And the reason is we really need people in the cores. We need to increase the density and the intensification if we want to bring the cores back to life. If we want to see that vibrancy, we need people living and working there. And if we're going to have things like the HCD that are going to keep the height and the density lessened in the very core of the city, I think we need to accept that on the periphery of the proposed HCDs, the height is going to have to go up. And in this case, looking at the potential design of the buildings between two slimmer towers at 18 stories, or what I'm basically envisioning as a brick that is kind of placed almost out to the sidewalk in order to accomplish an equivalent amount of density. I think this is ultimately a better solution. If we look at the proximity, the walkability to the core, walkability to trails, the LRT, the patio spaces, it just seems like it ticks all the right boxes, I think, for me. And on top of that, being on a brownfield site, I think what we're going to get out of this will be to facilitate that transformation of the core back to vibrancy, a lot more people in the area, a boon to the LRT, but also that restoring of life in the core. It's a change I think we need to make. So I see where you're coming from with this motion, Councillor Mehta, but unfortunately I can't support it as it stands. And I think the compromise, the drop from 30 and 24 down to 18, I think all things considered is a fair compromise. So I won't be able to support this motion as it stands. Thank you.
Councillor Mann, you're next. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I too want to thank Councillor Mehta for bringing forward the proposal for 12 stories. I think we've had a really in-depth and healthy conversation about why we want to see 12 stories, the benefit of 12 stories, the reality of what was initially asked was the 30 and 24, and the comments that my previous councillors have made have been very good as well, and so it's been very thought-provoking. But I will not support this motion. I look at the compromise that has been made, and the two original buildings were a total of 54 stories. The developer reduced the number of stories by 30%. That's a third. And so he's proposing, instead of a 30 and a 24, two 18-story buildings, and that's significant. And my concern is, as is Councillor Adshade's, if we go to an appeal on this, we could end up with 30 and 24. And especially when you look at it's consistent with some of the buildings in the surrounding the core. And I think the 18 is a good height. It's not what the community wants. The community wants a lot less. I don't think we can get any less than the 18. And so I will not support this motion. The development, the transformation of the core, the health and vibrancy of our core depend on people living in and near the core. And this is what we need. And we've all talked about the increase in population to the region and to the city over the next 30 years. We have got to be prepared for this. And this is one of the ways that we can move forward is supporting the original motion. So I will not support this, but I will support the original. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mehta, you're next. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Your Worship. I understand the different points of view around the table. I am going to be supporting my motion because I am confident that it can be achieved. I would stake my reputation on it. That's how confident I am. And it would be better than just a brick on its side. Believe me, there are ways to still step the upper floors back if we did go that route. And the level of density or something very similar to it would be achieved. And it would be a better fit for that neighborhood. And I don't think we are at a compromise right now, because a lot of the negative effects that a 30-floor building would have, you're going to get that with 18 floors as well. I mean, there are towers in other parts of the city where people have lost their privacy. They can't enjoy their backyards the way they used to without someone looking into it. That's going to happen here. So that's why I'm supporting this change, and I will not be supporting the original motion because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting the motion. The fears about this coming up to the sidewalks, I think, are unfounded, because it's very possible for them to take those upper levels that are on the 18 stories and transition them over to the 8-story levels and keep the exact same footprint. And the proponent has said they are willing to look at that. I think where this went sideways was during a liaison meeting when this is what they had asked for in the very beginning. And it wasn't, I can tell you, it certainly wasn't the residents who had turned that down. I think that it would have been better off if we had completed our our final liaison meeting, so that could have been discussed further, and I don't think we'd be in this place. I also want to remind everybody again, this is not a brownfield site. It hasn't been a brownfield site for quite a number of years. And this is also not on the periphery. It's a half a block away from Main Street. Whether it was included in the Heritage District perimeter or not doesn't change the fact, the visual effect that this will have on our downtown core and the heritage buildings that are on Shade Street, which I have to remind Council that Council designated a building against the owner's wishes just across the driveways from 150 Main. The Salvation Army building was designated despite the owners not wanting it to be designated. This building is part of the downtown core when it goes up. And by using the word periphery doesn't change the fact. So I know this motion will most likely be lost tonight, but I think it's an excellent motion, and I think we should be taking advantage of the fact that the proponent has said through their planner that they would sit down with us again and look at the massing. And it could be done on exactly the same building footprint, and then we could have an amazing building here, but we're just not going to be taking advantage of that, which makes me feel very sad.
Thank you. I know that change is hard, and it is very difficult to compromise and to see change within our city. But the reality is that council here needs to consider more than height. There's mandated provincial growth, there's density targets, there's major transit, major station transit areas that have to be complied with. And the province has mandated growth in our downtown Galt core. To me, the original staff recommendation complies with our policy, both at the city, region, and provincial level. And I believe that having buildings of height on our periphery, like we've been talking about recently, and how it is shown on the height study that's still underway, those areas protect our heritage because there's less pressure to gain the density in our designated heritage conservation district study that's going on in the Galt core right now. This is a site, and thank you for the clarification. And I recognize it was let's say a former brownfield site that's now ready to be developed, but it's not having to remove or potentially demolish a historic structure that's there. I also wanted to note from what the developer says and some of the experience of developers in our city and others who have experienced a lot of delay, and that tends to add up their costs, and it makes attainable housing a little less achievable when those costs, as we heard from our applicant tonight, have to go back onto the costs of the unit, whether it's a rental or a condo unit. So I think that further delays drives up that cost. So that's difficult too. But I also believe that we are seeing now a significant shift in our development patterns to more compact, transit-supported built forms. It's exactly what we were discussing today, listening to delegations, as I said earlier, on the regional official plan consultation, which is what we were hearing at regional committee today. And we need to ensure there is a mix of housing options to meet current and future demands. So there are areas where we are seeing height go up, but I'm also concerned about how we get that height and still have walkable cities that have amenities and green space surrounding the taller buildings. And I think actually with the compromise that this applicant has put forward to date, I think it was achieved with the 218 stories. I did want to finally say that Councillor Mann was absolutely correct in his math skills this evening. So there you go. I won't be supporting this motion. And we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
Opposed.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Mayor McGarry.
Opposed.
And that fails.
Okay, we'll now put the staff recommendation on the floor. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Wolf seconding. I think I'll have Madam Clerk read the original staff motion.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
So the original recommendation reads as follows: that report 21-094 CD be received, and that Cambridge Council adopts official plan amendment number 49 with a site-specific policy to permit residential and commercial uses to exist on grade in a multi-story mixed-use building, and that Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site to establish site-specific provisions for 55 Kerr Street to permit the development of two 18-story buildings containing a total of 445 dwelling units and 113.9 square meters or 1,226 square feet of commercial GFA, and that council approved transfers to the applicable development charge reserve funds to fund the permitted core area exemptions as per the city's development charges bylaw 19-094. And that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaws attached to this report be passed.
Thank you. So at this time, I can turn to see if there's any further questions on this motion for staff. Seeing none, does council have any comments? And seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta,
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
Opposed.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll now move to the next item, and that's agenda number 7.1.2, report 21-154 CD, community level business planning report on the Cambridge Farmers Market. So Leslie Head, our Director of Recreation and Culture, is here tonight to provide introductory remarks.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Sorry, just before we go ahead, I wonder if I could just ask for some direction to staff in relation to the proposal in relation to the DC charges. I mean, this is the second proposal that has recently been submitted, and it qualifies for the development charge exemption that exists in the Cambridge Bylaw. And I think similar exemptions exist in Kitchener and Waterloo. And we've recently heard of the impact of this in our capital budget. And I would like to ask staff if they could just take a look at how are we going to cover those costs in the future, because they could be significant costs coming forward. And I think if staff can look at ways in which we could cover those costs and then bring that forward in time for budget review, because budget review starts in the first week of December. So if staff could take a look at that, it would help us in our budget deliberations, and I think it would be pertinent to have that done if staff can do it. I hate to give staff more work, but at the same time, I think it would be worthwhile for us to have that information when we go into budget deliberations.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed you earlier. Mr. Bromberg, I think I'll go to you to provide any comment to that direction.
Maybe I'll just ask Ms. Ayers in terms of getting some of that information for the budget. But before I do so, I can reiterate what I indicated earlier, that the plan is staff will be coming with some options to council in Q1 of 2022 to look at what those options may be in terms of our community improvement plan. And that relates to the waiving of the DCs in the downtown core. So a report will be forthcoming with some options for council's deliberations around those waiving of fees.
Councillor Mann, would that be adequate? And I might just ask a question after that. Councillor Mann?
Well, thank you. And thank you for that clarification, Mr. Bromberg. I wonder if we could hear from Ms. Ayers just on her position as to how do we cover those costs as we go into 2022, because there will be significant costs, $5 million from this one. And I know that there are significant other initiatives that are on the way. And I suppose for myself as budget chair, I would like to have an idea on how are we going to do that, because one option is a tax increase, and I don't think that's the option we want to take a look at if there are other options. So if you would indulge me and Ms. Ayers could respond, that would be great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Ayers.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, Councillor Mann has identified there are a couple of developments that Council has seen recently. There is this development with 55 Kerr Street that has an impact of $5.1 million. There's also the development at 130 Water Street that Council approved on October 19th that has an impact of $4.3 million. There's also a development that Council heard a public meeting on in September for 255 King Street that has an impact of $6.5 million. So there's a total of $16 million worth of waived development charges that the city is going to have to fund in the near future. Currently, our rate stabilization reserve has a balance of approximately $8 million, which would cover about half of that impact. But there's a remaining difference of $8 million that we're going to have to fund from some sources. We are planning on bringing forward a report to council on November 23rd for a public meeting to talk about our development charges bylaw update, to update our rates as per the new legislation that's recently been approved. And that may present an opportunity for us to bring more information back to council on the policy for waiving development charges for further discussion. And we can look at doing an update to our development charges bylaw if council wanted to consider that policy for waiving development charges in the core area in the future. So we can certainly bring back more information in the near future to help council make that decision.
And through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ayers, and through the chair, that would be great if we could have that information. It would really help out, I think, as we go forward for 2022. So thank you for the information from both Ms. Ayers and Mr. Brownberg.
Just a clarifying question, as I had promised. I know that a little while ago, council did look at sort of a 5-year reduction in development charges in certain areas of this city. Was it a 5 years, or will that be sort of clarified in the report that you're bringing forward? And if so, that's okay. Mr. Bromberg, go ahead.
Sure. I was just going to chime in. That will form part of our report. And yes, back in 2019, there was a 5-year deferral, and so that will form part of our options for council's presentation in Q1 of 2022.
Okay, that's adequate. Thank you. Now we will really go, if there's no further questions, to agenda item 7.1.2. So I understand Leslie Head, our Director of Recreation Culture, will provide now some introductory remarks. Sorry for standing you up earlier. Go ahead, Leslie.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff in the Cambridge Farmers Market Advisory Committee are excited to be bringing forward for you this evening the community business level plan for the Cambridge Farmers Market. This report provides a detailed plan regarding the enhancement and animation of both the market and the civic campus. The plan provides a vision for the market as a food hub and creates a connection space for our Galt core. The Market Advisory Committee, along with a variety of stakeholders, have contributed to the ideas and opportunities outlined for council consideration. I'd like to now introduce John McDonald and our manager of the Cambridge Farmers Market and Older Adult Services, Alex Aiken, who are both on with us tonight. John, our consultant on the project, was retained to complete the plan on behalf of the city and the advisory committee and provide further detail and overview on the plan for you this evening. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So thanks very much. I think John's running us through the presentation, so just let us know at the clerk's level here when to switch your slide. So please begin and welcome.
Welcome, thank you. I'm assuming everyone can hear me just okay. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor McGarry, members of council, city staff, and to all in attendance. My name is John McDonald, and I'm the principal of John McDonald Architect, a design firm located in the Grand River watershed. It's my pleasure to provide a high-level overview to the business plan report for the market that is before you, as undertaken and prepared by our firm, and to complement our other recent work at the market building. The planning is accompanied by a staff report, and we trust that they provide pertinent information for leveraging the market. It's an asset, both as a building and as a hub of activity and ideas that are key to the community's goals for Cambridge Connected and for people, place, and prosperity. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to this planning process. The stakeholders include members of the Farmers Market Advisory Committee, the stakeholders and partners at the market, within and throughout the downtown and throughout your community. We've had participants in interviews and surveys and also the open house sessions. And thank you especially to City of Cambridge staff, Leslie Head and Alex, and your economic development staff. Thanks to our staff and to Cheryl Ewing, who assisted in the preparation of this report. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the project were to explore how best to leverage the farmers market as a building and an operational asset for the good of the downtown and the community. A key focus was to be looking at increasing market operational revenue to mitigate and leverage existing facility operational costs for the benefit of your community, and to leverage these assets that are inherent in the market's location, in the building itself, and the operation of the market. It all starts with the vision as set out in previous reports to Council that the Cambridge Farmers Market has placed before you. Basically, when citizens think food, we want them to think Cambridge Farmers Market. Next slide, please. Some of the strategic considerations that we've arrived at are to explore innovative food programming possibilities that complement the market and the downtown and that grow capacity within your community, to investigate small business incubation and accelerator opportunities that support the food sector, both in the downtown and throughout the community, as well as the farmers market, and to consult with key community leaders and potential partners on the challenges they face and the strategic steps they feel might be missing from the food value chain, farm to table and otherwise. Next slide, please. Simply stated, we're talking food here, something in which we all share a keen interest. Next slide, please. So the farmers market is a physical asset. It's a tradition, a recognizable brand, and a key link to our economy, our health, and of course, food. Next slide, please. Food is at the heart of our cultures, our communities, our economy, and our quality of life. Next slide, please. The market is at the heart of our civic precinct, our downtown, and our communities. It's an excellent connection to the land that sustains us. It connects us to traditions and provides a healthy and sustainable vision for all of us as we live together. Next slide, please. So that's the reality and the promise that is delivered by the market every Saturday. Next slide, please. But this is also a reality. This is the principal face of the civic precinct to the downtown for 6 days and evenings a week. Next slide, please. So the market building and Market Square are unused for all but one weekend morning, except as a parking lot. In my opinion, it generally lacks a sense of place and activities that animate your civic precinct, and it lacks a vital or revitalized connection to the downtown, to the community, and to your prosperity. I don't believe, and as we set out in the report, that this asset, this tremendous asset, is leveraged at this point to reflect the kind of care for traditions and things that drive forward the vibrancy of our communities and our future, certainly in terms of sustainability. Next slide, please. So the farmers market is a wonderful combination of charm, tradition, challenge, and possibility. We must like that phrase. We have mentioned it in the report. It's been put into the staff report, and I'm putting it into this presentation. So you're all very aware of this, I'm sure. The building is cherished and designated as a heritage structure, and the continuing use of the site and the building as a market is pretty much unique in Ontario. Next slide, please. So the market forms a key place with great potential for public placemaking within your civic precinct. It can bring people together as a public gathering place in a hugely positive and enjoyable and healthy way. And through its connection to food, it bridges cultural, generational, and socio-economic divides. It really cuts across a swath of your community in a way that potentially other aspects of what you do just doesn't reach. Next slide, please. And the truth be told, it forms pretty much a gateway for the downtown, because of its interaction with visitors and users from across the community, through the potential partners in revitalization and growth who are interested in having this kind of activity within and around their developments, within and around the downtown as a vital place. And it is, as I said, the civic precinct's facade to the downtown and can be so much more than it has been. Next slide, please. And at the broader scale of the community, it brings it all together. An increasing interest in urban living and urban experience, as well as cultural awareness of stewardship issues for our planet, have combined with increased focus in society on the value of authentic experiences and unique atmospheres in our downtown cores. This creates opportunity for the resurgence of farmers markets generally, economic growth for distinct and artisanal goods, and delivery of service offerings for entrepreneurs. This includes opportunities to support the food entrepreneurship continuum and extensive use of the market building's upper level as a key element in a strategy for well-being and healthy community. Farmers markets, and this farmers market in particular, represent unique opportunities to engage with citizens seeking experiences and unique foods. They connect a place of taste and experience with our entrepreneurial spirit. Markets both locally and beyond are successfully growing this engagement and community contribution by making their market sites the visible centers of food culture and economic vitality. Next slide, please. So our work has proposed and shared a model, which we call a continuum, that supports food entrepreneurship and economic possibility. And we set that out in this diagram. The market can contribute to this practical and positive model for entrepreneurship and the future of Cambridge. Briefly, it moves from the left-hand side from a pool of, it pretty much represents all of us. All of us as cooks, as chefs, as bakers, potentially interested in cooking ingredients, and having undergone that, we may have ideas. So that's a kind of pool. It moves through a kind of artisanal lens to where someone reaches out to the health department, a small business center. They are interested in an idea. They have wondered always whether they couldn't make a go of it with their grandmother's pickle recipe or however it works. And so they come to the market, as I'm sure Alex and staff can attest to, in a kind of low risk way. And they receive some level of networking and support, as has always happened at the market. But the potential is that we can bring this together as a hub, that we can use the upper level programming and other aspects of things that are going to bring this to life and allow these ideas that are cooking to really get going. The market can assist with that early growth in a low risk way, allow entrepreneurs to grow within the market and the downtown through a bit of dedicated space and location where they can learn, where they can share, where they can try things out, and where they can develop a solid customer base and a following. And that may lead, and often does, to the large operations and production that we know and understand today as our food industry. At one time, all of these things were that small scale operation. And so as we move through this continuum, the market has a role to play, much like tending the garden. And then as it grows and as it becomes more stable, obviously your economic development department and larger forces can come into play in a very healthy way. Next slide, please. So this farmers market's a unique connector. It builds community literally through food and its connection. And it reaches across all swaths of our economy, as well as our diversity in terms of the community. It's a place that can be leveraged for engaging, informing, for enjoyment and learning, and as a focal point that will connect us all. Simply quoting from your own reports. The food hub idea and activities will support the creativity of our community and its entrepreneurs, and it will celebrate and enrich our culture and diversity. Next slide, please. So with respect to that upper level, which we would like to brand as the community level, as opposed to the market level of the building itself, we would propose that you retain the present Galt, Hespeler, and Preston rooms while repurposing them and certainly providing accessible and compliant washrooms to the facility so that it can be used for the public and by the public. It results in 3 bookable spaces that can be used together as one entity for an event, or it can be used by diverse groups simultaneously, which increases the kind of viability of the spaces for everyone and their marketability. We would propose that one of those rooms, likely the Galt room, would be fitted up as a demonstration kitchen for programming in conjunction with the food hub initiatives. And as part of this, given there isn't much other use, unfortunately, for the upper level because of its limitations of accessibility, we would investigate where the farmers market can have some dedicated storage elsewhere. Presently, Alex has got all kinds of stuff up in the attic there that can be brought down and would have to be placed elsewhere as part of this repurposing of the upper level of the community level. Next slide, please. Beyond that upper level itself, in terms of things that can happen and small wins that could take place, I think, relatively easily, it's proposed that we construct a community oven within the market square in an area of McIntyre Square that would then be used to animate Market Square itself, not only on market day, but throughout the week and in terms of events. And in combination with the accessibility to the community level, which requires an elevator and takes some space within that market space, we would work the Dixon and Ainsley portico and a front portion of the market space into a cafe, artisan, deli operation that would bring the building to life both on weekdays and weekends all through the week. And it would allow entrepreneurs to potentially sell on consignment with that deli operator artisanal foods that might only be available otherwise on market day. So again, a kind of mini situation that animates that front corner facing into the downtown. We would also explore the possibility of creating what we're deeming market windows alongside the canopied area of the building that faces into Market Square, using the existing historic openings, using seating under the canopy, and through that, market vendors who have space adjacent to those windows could be offering weekday takeout and other products that they can use to both leverage the work that they're doing at the market to create more revenue opportunity both for themselves and better use of the building itself during the weekdays and animate the canopy and the square. Next slide, please. So that resulting infrastructure that has been proposed through the planning and in conjunction with things we've looked at as architects and designers, the proposal also is to leverage that resulting infrastructure and to drive it. And that requires commitment, which I know that the market staff have in spades, but they're going to need some assistance to do that in order to provide coordination and programming for the events, the seminars, the day camps, the meetings, the skill development, the mentoring, the connections, and all these explorations that can inform the widest range of community use that both brings this building and square to life, but also generates revenue. It's also needed to develop these partnerships that we're talking about across the food and cultural sector, to the BIA, to Ideas Cambridge, to associations and entrepreneurs throughout the cultural sector as well. The food producers and vendors that are already a part of the farmers market sector are going to be able to participate in this. This gives them further opportunity and provides further attraction in terms of your community's attraction of these important entrepreneurs. And quite frankly, we have a role to play as the 21st century evolves in terms of addressing challenges of food security, sustainability. Affordability of housing is one thing, affordability of food and issues of food security, the sustainability of our local economy to support all of us is a hugely important thing, and food is at the heart of it. Next slide, please. So the vision really is that through its relationship with its farmers and vendors and the community, we leverage the unique assets that the market has, its products and resources, and we develop the community through this lens. The food hub model will allow the market to fulfill its potential and reach beyond the market and the building itself and market day, and it will show leadership across many issues that affect your strategic objectives for your community. Moving forward from this report, city staff, it's proposed, will work in collaboration with the Cambridge Farmers Market Advisory Committee and to better utilize the market asset, and most certainly to assist in the development of Cambridge's downtown and your community. So thank you very much for that presentation window in order to be able to bring this to you. I know your time is limited. City staff and I are available to answer any questions you may have, and we'll go forward from there. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, John, for your presentation. I think it reminds us that we might be hungry at this point, having seen all those pictures of food, and we're talking about it. But I'll look now to Councillor Liggett has the first question. Go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, that was a really good brief description of your report, and I thank you for that at this time of night. I remember the opportunity I had to go to the Philadelphia farmers market. It's no longer just a farmers market. I'm not sure if you've been there, but it's probably one of the most amazing markets in the world, and they've had to evolve over time. It's in their train station. It's massive, amazing food, and I think that's the vision that you've created here, where there's food prep and selling of food. You can correct me if I'm wrong there. Thank you for this report and the work that you've done, because I think that the market needs to evolve like everything else in a community. When I read that the youth are hard to attract to programs in markets, that's in the report here. I don't see anywhere where you've reached out to the schools nearby, any of the parent council committees or the students, other than I see you've done something with Conestoga College because they have those food hub programs. Is that something you're looking at doing in the future? And also to add to that question, when you do connect with the community, I notice, and it's because of the nature of the beast here, the farmers market's in the center of the core, so there's not really any neighborhood association connected to the core, and that's part of the problem in my ward. And so you've reached out as far as the Blair Road Neighborhood Association, which really isn't close to the market. The East Galt neighborhood, that whole neighborhood is really connected, but yet everybody in the community goes to the market. So it's not really fair to be saying just one neighborhood close by. But at the same time, I see the talk about the 1,200 people going in on the west side of Galt and the far side. So I have sort of concerns when we're talking about so far away from the core, connecting with them and developing programs for them, when it's really for more the people that walk there or the people who use it on a regular basis. So do you have the intent to now reach out to the greater neighborhood around there that do all the walking with those little grocery bags to the downtown? Are you going to be putting out some sort of flyer to the people that walk to the market and say, we're looking for your ideas? What are your future plans here? Sorry, I'm very long-winded. I'm just passionate about what you're doing. I think it's wonderful. Thanks.
For you, Madam Chair, Your Worship, I think I'm going to defer a couple of these items to staff. My role as a consultant is to produce a short and sweet body of work. Architects never known for being short and sweet in any case. We just want to clarify that we reached out through your community development staff to identify neighborhood associations who, you know, might be receptive to a conversation as representative of the whole community. It's fully acknowledged that the community in and around the market and in the core neighborhoods are, you know, heavily invested, but the market is more than that, and it needs to reach beyond that. So that consultation was meant to sort of garner input from a group that might be a little bit beyond the downtown, just from the point of view of informing the sorts of things that we can do with the market and with these programs to address literally all of us, all of the community. So it's not that the report intends moving forward to work with a particular neighborhood. It was that input could provide a sense of what connection could be to all neighbors and neighborhoods. It may be that through my own work locally with the Festival of Neighborhoods and other things that I'm passionate about, that I see these kind of connections to neighborhoods and relationships as an integral part of any community, and so as an integral part of any process. If I may, and if that's answered that one particular point, could I defer to Leslie regarding some other aspects of what will be done? Happy to be hired to do lots of things, but we want to hand this over, you know, to what the farmers market is capable of, given the resources that could be brought to it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Head.
Yeah, through you, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Liggett, to answer your question. I think John has spoke well in terms of the engagement process and those we consulted for the purposes of the plan, but certainly activating or putting forward any recommendations outlining the plan would come along with further engagement, further consultation, and certainly that wouldn't be the limit of what we would do. So whether that's through schools or our youth groups or handing out flyers, as you suggested, the possibilities are endless for us to promote and engage for a specific program or opportunity that council may choose to proceed with. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thank you very much, John, for the presentation. Your passion clearly shines through for this issue. A quick question I just had to do with the food bank. Is when I think food in the community and creating a hub and a sense of community and outreach, I think of the Cambridge Food Bank and the programs like the new mobile food market, the community gardens that they're starting. So just wondering if there's any hope of an increased kind of cross-pollination, or if there's any plan to incorporate the food bank or any of their initiatives into a revised plan for the market, because it seems like there are really plenty of points of overlap that would benefit the community in all walks of life.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Hamilton, I think that's an excellent point. Markets are often seen as privileged entities a little bit. Maybe that's as a result of our travels or the success of markets, but they really go to the heart of this issue of health and food and security and our relationship to our productive land. And I know Alex Aiken is extremely passionate about this, and we have had those discussions in terms of how to leverage the asset that is the market in the pursuit of issues of equity and issues of food security, especially as we move forward with climate change and the kind of challenges that we're going to face. So again, my apologies, but we are a team here, so I might defer to Alex Aiken to address some of that.
She's been itching to get on, I think. Go ahead, Alex.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hamilton. Yes, we've worked with the food bank in the past. We actually ran a lot of education sessions around how to grow food and partnered with them on their rare community garden. So that was just a sample of, is it possible to partner with you, and how would that look and how would that work? And so absolutely in the future, there would be more growth in that area. Yeah. We've seen lots of examples of where they grow really great food in their community gardens, and then they have a booth at the market each Saturday. They sell that food, they get a profit that goes back into their food bank. There's lots of really great models around that. So definitely interested in more of that.
That's great, and it's very good to hear. So thanks very much to you both.
Thank you. I had just a quick question, John, on your vision around sort of expanding to the different cultures and potentially using like a community oven. Can you expand a little bit on some of that idea, if indeed Council and we went forward to create that community kitchen?
So if I may, Your Worship, ask a point of clarification. Are you referring to a community kitchen or a community oven?
It was
These are both ideas.
Yeah, no, community oven, but
oven.
Generally
Perfect.
the oven is kind of the hub there. So
yeah. Thank you for the question. In relating the oven to issues and opportunities of diversity, because I think it is spot on. One of the things that we received as input from the advisory committee and from Alex and staff was that when they work with schools and school children coming into a market, it's often the participants and the youngsters from different cultures and different communities who absolutely get the market. They do understand what it is, because in their lives it has been central. Food is not a processed item; it's a set of ingredients, and it's combined with culture in a way that we know and understand as long-standing Canadians, but we've lost a little bit of touch with that potentially. And one of the things that the oven can do is to be programmed in such a way that just even among all of the different ways that you can make bread, you can span through so many cultures, so many tastes and possibilities. And not only are you inviting the participation of diverse groups to the civic precinct, that yes, they dropped off their taxes, and yes, they fought that parking ticket, but this is a particular way where they can come down and contribute to the civic precinct. They can see themselves in the civic precinct, and they can display and be very proud of the cuisine and culture that they are sharing. And the flip side of that is that they're sharing it with all of us, and we have a lot to learn as well. And this goes doubly so for Aboriginal culture and Aboriginal foods as well. So the oven, like a hearth, can bring us together in that way. And I think it's a small win, quite frankly, that Council, if in its wisdom you would like to proceed with this evening, I would heartily endorse that you do that, because it's a small win. It's like hitting singles in order to score the runs, that it's accomplishable, and we could bring that to life relatively easily. And I think it's absolutely like the building. It can be leveraged at this point, at what I think you're alluding to in terms of bringing our diversity together.
it is, and thank you very much that you put it in a much better way than I could. But I think that's what another interesting goal could be for a community oven. So thank you for that. Seeing no further questions, I wanted to thank you again, John, for your excellent report. I enjoyed reading it, and I think that many of the things that were brought forward are really spot on. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. We're glad to be of service.
So we're now going to move forward and place a motion on the floor. Councillor Hamilton, I think you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Liggett. Recommendation: Report 21-154 CD be received, and that the attached community level business planning report, Cambridge Farmers Market, be received, And further, that staff be directed to incorporate the community level business plan where appropriate to future business planning for market operations and Galt Core area growth initiatives, along with future operating and capital budget considerations. And if I may speak briefly to the motion.
Yep, go ahead.
I just think it's overall, it's fantastic. I think it's very exciting. I've had lots of family and friends visit Cambridge and they love the farmers market, but they've noticed that, like we've all noticed, 6 days out of the week, it's basically a closed building in a parking lot. So the opportunity to open up that beautiful building, to have a potential cafe, a potential, I think it was an artisan deli, just any space to enter the building, to purchase food, to be able to mingle around the core. You add on the community oven, the creation of a food hub. I really think it provides an opportunity to gather all members of the community to celebrate what's essentially a fixture of our city, which is the Cambridge Farmers Market. So I think it's very exciting. I think there's some great ideas in here to move forward with. And I think it's a win, not just for the farmers market, but for all the people of Cambridge generally. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now move forward to see if there's any questions of staff. And I just wanted you to also be aware that John Forsyth, the chair, and Andrea Stebbings, the vice chair of the Cambridge Farmers Market, are also in the background to answer any questions should they arise. So I'll look now to any questions of staff. And seeing none, I would like to just not only thank you for the report and for your support that would have been required as the report was being written, but I did want to ask staff if this would, if this idea with having a community oven and sort of expanded use of the building would be supported by the vendors and by the community.
Through you, Mayor McGarry, I'm going to ask Alex Aiken to respond to that. She directly works with the vendors at the market.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think that, we had a community meeting. Vendors were invited to that. All our regular shoppers were invited to that. That took place during the consultation period. There was definitely, I think all of the vendors and the community want to see the building used more often. They see it as an asset. It's a beloved piece of our history and it's well used, and they'd like to see more of that. So I think there is support definitely for all of the ideas listed in the report.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further hands up for questions. Does council have any further comments? Seeing none, I think we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade?
Sure.
Councillor Devine?
Aye.
Councillor Urmeda?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Councillor Liggett?
In favor.
Councillor Mann?
In favor?
Councillor Reed?
In favor.
Councillor Wolf?
In favor.
Mayor McGarry?
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So our next item is agenda number 7.1.3, Report 21-269 CD East Side Lands, Stage 2 Master Environmental Servicing Plan, Secondary Plan Study Reinitiation. We do have a senior planner of environment, Kathy Paget, with us to provide a staff presentation. So welcome, Kathy, and please begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Council, senior staff, and members of the public. This is an information report for the East Side Lands Stage 2 Master Environmental Servicing Plan, Secondary Plan Study Reinitiation. Next slide, please. Initiated in 2016, the East Side Lands Stage 2 Master Environmental Servicing Plan, or MESP, is a continuation of the Region of Waterloo East Side Lands MESP in North Cambridge. The study area for the Stage 2 MESP is being conducted under the Environmental Assessment Act process and includes lands north of Middle Block Road, to Cassuth Road and from the Grand River to Speesdale Road, with the broader study area continuing north into the township of Woolwich and is outlined in red on the map. The Stage 2 MESP lands in Cambridge are the hatched lands located just south of the yellow line, indicating the municipal boundary south of the airport. More detailed mapping will be shown on subsequent slides. Next slide, please. As part of the settlement of the Regional Official Plan, or ROP, appeal, an additional 115 hectares of land for primarily residential uses are to be added to the urban area boundary in North Cambridge. The purpose of the MESP is to assist in identifying which lands should be added to the urban area boundary and how the lands will be planned and serviced. The MESP considers water, wastewater, utilities, transportation, and the environment. An outcome of the MESP is a secondary plan, which will identify the permitted land uses and policies to guide development in North Cambridge. While the studies associated with the MESP are almost near completion, appeals to the ROP paused the initiation of the secondary plan. With these appeals in the process of being resolved, the secondary plan is being reinitiated. Next slide, please. This map identifies the North Cambridge preliminary preferred urban area designation and land uses, which was presented to the public in March 2018. This information was also presented to Cambridge Council on May 8, 2018, and the proposed new urban area boundary was endorsed at that time. This image identifies the proposed land use structure with residential lands depicted in yellow and mixed use depicted in purple. The secondary plan will be developed to integrate proposed development constraints, environmental management principles, transportation network recommendations, and servicing solutions into a land use plan for these lands. Next slide, please. This map identifies the location of the secondary plan study area. The secondary plan will synthesize the documents prepared as part of the MESP and appropriately implement recommendations as land use planning policy to guide future development. The secondary plan will be prepared as an amendment to the Cambridge official plan. Next slide, please. A virtual open house is being held on Thursday, November 25th to introduce the project and receive initial feedback from the public. The public will have the opportunity to ask questions via Zoom. In advance of the open house, notice will be provided in the Cambridge Times to all assessed property owners within 120-meter radius of the study area and to those who were on the East Side Lands Stage 2 MESP mailing list so that interested parties can register in advance. Feedback received from the public will be considered when preparing the draft secondary plan, which will be presented at a future statutory public meeting. And all information about this project will be available on the city's website at cambridge.ca/eastsidelands. And for those who wish to be added to the mailing list for this project, please contact me directly at my email noted on the slides. Next slide, please. The recommendation being made today is for Cambridge Council to receive the report as information. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I think I'm going to ask you to stay with us as council may ask questions of staff this evening following hearing from our delegations this evening. So we're going to just move now to our delegations. And we have two that are delegating to this item. And our first one is Christine Ryer. Christine, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Not too bad, thanks.
Good. Just a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes to address council and make sure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item and that they remain respectful and you refrain from asking questions of council. And so if you'll stay on afterwards in case there's any questions for you, Christine, then I'll guide you through that process. So
Okay.
Welcome and please begin.
Thanks so much, Mayor McGarry. I appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Christine Ryer. As a longtime resident of Riverbank Drive, I appreciate the opportunity to speak as you relaunch this important planning process regarding the lands in my neighbourhood. I understand and welcome the recommendation before you to accept this report and have only a few comments or questions. I appreciate it's been a long evening already for you, so I will keep this brief. The report repeats several times the goal of creating a master plan for land uses and infrastructure, focusing on an integrated approach to planning, water, utilities, transportation, and the environment. Given that the city has recognized Riverbank Drive as the last scenic drive in its Heritage Master Plan, please consider adding heritage to this list. Secondly, the report references that appeals are being resolved. As a resident directly impacted by these decisions, I would like to know how the appeals are being resolved and what decisions are being made. And I realize that sometimes various municipalities are handcuffed by what they can or cannot share. But please, if there is any opportunity to share information, please do so. Thirdly, the open house information is welcome. I look forward to that. But at this time, we don't yet have a time for that. Again, in light of how busy people are, if we can share that information sooner than later, that would be much appreciated. Also, along with an agenda and a meeting format that allows for full engagement of residents. Please also consider having the planner heritage available at that meeting. Similarly, since you recently increased planning staffing capacity, are you able to have the planner heritage be part of any planning steering committee? Moving forward, and this is just something I noticed in the agenda, which was confusing for me, so it may be confusing for others. Could we include in the appendices minutes of what has been agreed to instead of drafts of earlier reports? For example, while the appendices here were helpful for showing the urban boundary that Council endorsed, I don't believe all recommendations in Appendix 4 were endorsed, and so I find that confusing. Again, I don't know what the protocol is on that, but again, it was confusing for me. Given the importance of this planning item and the volume and scope of planning matters before Council, I would also find it helpful if the City of Cambridge can return to planning and development meetings sooner than later. You have such full agendas at the special council meetings, it's difficult to manage them. In closing, I have been contributing to planning meetings for Eastside Lands for 10 years, and during which time the development lines have moved closer and closer until finally now they are at Riverbank Drive. Throughout, my neighbors have compromised again and again and again, acknowledging the imperative for development. Riverbank is our last scenic drive, a natural jewel for our community and visitors. The current street profile and scenic views should be preserved for future enjoyment. So please continue to honor your Heritage Master Plan, and when considering development decisions, please keep vehicle traffic off of Riverbank Drive as much as you can, including new street or driveway access, and please do not force city services or their costs upon residents who have invested in sustainability and carefully stewarded these lands for the good of the environment and future generations. Again, thank you so much for your time and attention this evening. I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, for delegating this evening. I'm going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. And seeing none, thank you for taking the time with us to present this evening. So you may continue to follow along with this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you wish. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and good night, everyone.
Our next delegation is Karen Scott Booth. She's speaking on behalf of Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, and she's requested 15 minutes. So I'll just bring Karen into the meeting.
Clarification for you.
Hi, Karen. It's Mayor McGarry.
Hello.
Hi. You can hear me. I can hear you. It's all good.
Okay.
All right. So I know that you've heard my spiel more than once. So you may go ahead. And I see that you've requested 15 minutes.
I'm not sure how much I'll need. It won't be 15, but maybe a little over 5.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thanks, Mayor McGarry. Members of council, staff, and citizens. For those who don't know me, my name is Karen Scott Booth, and I am here this evening representing your Cambridge branch of the Architectural Conservancy Ontario, or ACO. As you are aware, the ACO, formerly known as Heritage Cambridge, was founded some 50 years ago by concerned citizens of Cambridge advocating to conserve and protect its rich and significant cultural heritage. And again, it is in serving this mandate this evening that the members of ACO continue to work toward each day. We are speaking this evening regarding the ongoing development proposed for the East Side lands. We are glad to see this moving forward again, and we are supporting citizens of this area who have been advocating for the protection of Riverbank Drive, an identified scenic road and its surrounding cultural heritage for more than a decade. When the award-winning Heritage Master Plan for Cambridge was first introduced to the city, the idea of conserving scenic drives was relatively new. And I quote from this plan, "Roads tend to be viewed as utilitarian transportation corridors, not as visual amenities or heritage resources. However, some roads follow historic trails, others pass through areas in which there are many types of heritage resources. In both cases, roads have excellent potential to be enhanced as interpretive venues, augmenting their role as a visual amenity. Most roads considered for their heritage value run through the countryside and thus are vulnerable to the negative effects of urbanization. Widenings require trees to be cut, straightenings remove visual interest, and in some cases, roadside buildings and landscapes are lost, especially adjacent to developments. They change the countryside into suburbs. Creative enhancements of roadscapes can provide communities with valuable public resources and tourist attractions, providing considerable heritage value in their current state. But the Heritage Master Plan also warns that in the case here, that these roadscapes are vulnerable to adjacent development and compromised by suburban, industrial, or residential development. And this is the case with Riverbank Drive. The history of Riverbank Drive is significant. The master plan states that this route would have linked the river crossing at Freeport with Breslau along the east bank of the heritage-designated Grand River. The Freeport Bridge was built in early 1830s, and by 1831, a map of the area shows a route following the alignment of the current road. This map also shows a ford at the river bend connecting to a road leading up to the slope to intersect with what is now known as Middle Block Road. North of this, where the road runs close to the riverbank, was the site of a sawmill. Although not listed on the City Heritage Register, there are still several houses on this road that date from at least the mid-19th century and include examples of what were fine farmsteads. At the time of the writing of the Heritage Master Plan, the heritage character of this road had been identified as most of the components associated with a historic rural route. It has undulating profile and rural cross-section, mature trees on each side, established farmsteads on large farm properties, and smaller houses along the riverbank. Views of the river punctuate scenes of farm fields and woodlots, or more intimate views of roadsides lined with dense vegetation. Aside from a view of more modern houses, the road offers an excellent summary of rural, visual, and historic characteristics. It is one of the earlier roads in Waterloo Township and one of the few rural roads remaining in the city of Cambridge. The character-defining elements include rural cross-section, curving alignment and undulating profile, historic residential and agricultural buildings, farmsteads and woodlots, and the potential for archaeological digs and artifacts from First Nations, the ford, and the sawmill sites. The Heritage Master Plan goes on to note that the removal of through traffic on Riverbank Drive makes conservation of this road much easier. This conservation needs to be a priority, especially now as this area of the city is under the development pressure of the expansion of the adjacent industrial and residential lands. If appropriately conserved, Riverbank Drive will continue to be an excellent heritage resource, offering unique interpretive opportunities for the city as one of the scenic routes that follows along the shores of our significant federally designated Heritage Grand River system. ACO Cambridge wishes to acknowledge the historic importance of this area and to express our concern this evening that the appropriate conservation and mitigative measures need to be undertaken to retain this as an important scenic drive for generations to come. It does not appear that this historic or significant heritage has been considered in this master plan or plan moving forward. Therefore, ACO requests that the current and future development of this area address and conserve the identified heritage and remaining character-defining elements of this unique area of this community. And I thank you for your time and consideration this evening. I know it's been a long evening.
Thank you, Karen. So I'll just turn now to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarity for you. Seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for your delegation and your presentation here this evening. And you can still follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you want to see the rest of the item. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thanks, Catherine. Good night.
So originally I said 2, but it's actually 3 delegations. So we're now looking for Grania Aitken. So we'll just bring Grania into the meeting.
Seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for your delegation and your presentation.
Grania, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. You now have your 5 minutes. You may begin. And did I say your name correctly?
Yes. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, councillors, city staff, members of the public. My name is Grania Aitken, and I'm a resident of Riverbank Drive, which is a beautiful street in the area known as East Side Lands. And the previous 2 speakers have spoken well about this street. And I would just like to address the report being presented tonight regarding the East Side Lands. First of all, I'm pleased to see there will be a public open house to introduce the reinitiation of the secondary plan process and receive feedback from the public. I'm looking forward to engaging with the process. I know a lot of my fellow residents are too. I'd like to make a few points to ensure this meeting is made as inclusive as possible so that those interested may be informed and able to attend. First, I wish it to be noted that Cambridge Times is not delivered to residents in our area any longer. It no longer serves rural routes and appointed us to the online version. Many of the residents in our area don't even have an email address, and are certainly not au fait with going online to check with the paper every week to see if there are any public meetings or notices coming up. So I would ask that a notice is posted on the frontage of the lands in question so residents and interested parties can have an opportunity to find out about the public meeting before it takes place. I understand it's difficult to have in-person public events just now, and moving online is the modus operandi like for tonight's meeting. And I have some feedback, having attended a previous public open house, and it's that I'd like to see questions asked by the attendees that would be shown in a public chat, not to the organisers of the meeting, to allow for full participation and transparency. I feel that if participants can see questions that are being asked by other members of the public, they won't have to ask the same questions over and over, and the organisers then be able to read the questions as asked by the participant rather than having to collate and rephrase questions. And finally, it would be helpful if details of the timing of the meeting was available sooner rather than later, once the date has been set, to allow interested parties to make adjustments to schedule so they can attend. And if that information is available, perhaps it could be shared at tonight's meeting. Second of all, I wish to speak to, in relation to the report that was presented on pages 267 to 295 of your package. It was mentioned briefly by one of the previous speakers. And first of all, it says appeals are in the process of being resolved, and I too would welcome these to this process. And then secondly, Appendix 4 included the 4 recommendations that were made by the city staff to the Planning and Development Committee in May 2018, which regarded the proposed new urban boundary. And as was mentioned earlier, the 4th recommendation to the council, which was, and I quote, to request the region of Waterloo to consider long-range planning for the remaining lands outside the urban area along Riverbank Drive in a comprehensive way through the municipal comprehensive review be done for the next regional official plan update in 2019, unquote. Following delegations from a number of residents to request the area not be given special emphasis in the upcoming review, this item was removed from the motion. The motion was moved by Councillor Wolfe and seconded by Mayor Craig at the time, and was carried, as can be seen in the minutes for the meeting. This is not shown in the report that was presented to you tonight. And since not everybody here was present at that meeting, I thought it was pertinent to bring that to your attention. Other than that, I would just like to say we all know this project has been a long time in the works. It certainly predates my time of moving to Cambridge. I know there's been many, many meetings, reports, consultations, and hard work, which has gone back over the years. And I hope that public feedback and concerns from the residents of the area collected during the last number of years or so will be taken into consideration during the creation of the secondary plan. Cambridge is a wonderful city to live in, and I hope when we all look back in years to come that we will be proud of being part of the creation of a vibrant neighbourhood, one that caters to the needs of all its residents in a way that is sensitive not only to the economic reality that we live in, but also maintains the unique natural environment and cultural heritage of this very special part of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Grania, for your presentation. So I'm just going to ask you to stay on the line while I turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. Thank you. And seeing none, I just had a quick question of clarification. You said that the Cambridge Times wasn't delivered there, and many are not online in your particular area. So how do you communicate with your neighbours then about upcoming meetings?
It is mostly done on an ad hoc basis, but you know, as I was pulling this together, I've been considering how we do that, and it might involve some of the residents going door to door just to make sure everybody is aware of it. But it's not ideal, but it may be something that we have to do.
Okay, and you did see Kathy Paget's information earlier. Maybe if you connect in and get the details about the public meeting coming up on, or the open house that's coming up on November 5th, you might be willing to share that with your neighbours?
I certainly will once we have details of the time. That would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thanks very much for your presentation and for delegating with us this evening. And you can continue to follow along this item with the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
So we'll now move forward with placing the item on the floor, and then we'll go to questions of staff. Councillor Reid, you have the motion. Would you like Madam Clerk to read it, please? Sure, Madam Clerk.
Motion is that Cambridge Council receive report 21-269 CD East Side Lands Stage 2 Master Environmental Servicing Plan MESP Secondary Plan Study Reinitiation as information.
Thank you. So we'll now turn to members of council and ask if you have any questions for our staff this evening. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a lot of discussion during the previous term of council with regard to this area and the heritage aspects of it, and Riverbank Drive being a scenic road. And it is defined in the report on 287 that it's in the Heritage Master Plan, and as has been spoken to by Christine Ryer and by Karen Scott Booth. And I just want to make sure in receiving this report that we still have that great concern that Riverbank Drive is going to be protected. And I know we're just receiving a report tonight, but I want to make sure that we still are all on the same page as to the importance of the heritage of our community, whether it be out there in the outskirts and farmland, or whether it be in the downtown core of Preston, Hespeler, or GALT. So if I could just have a comment from staff that this is still going to be dealt with in the same degree of importance.
Through
Thank
you,
you.
Madam.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Liggett. Yes, absolutely. Riverbank Drive is identified as a scenic route, and as we work through the secondary planning process, which is a finer grain process than the MESP process at the higher level, we will be, heritage will be an aspect that we will be looking at and happy to accept comments on. And just to note, there was a question through the delegation that the Senior Planner Heritage has been involved in this process to date and will be available at the open house as well. So staff will be on hand.
Thank you. That makes me feel much better. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you. And it was important to include that piece in the actually all of the supporting documents and the historic ones as well in the report that came forward this evening. I don't see any further questions. Are there any comments? Last call. Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. So moving ahead on our agenda, we now have item 7.1.4, report 21-262 CD, Gouda Place Playground Zone and 40 kilometers an hour speed limit. We're going to start with putting the motion on the floor. Councillor Adshade, you have this motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
I do, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hamilton that report 21-262 CD, Gouda Place Playground Zone and 40 kilometer an hour speed limit be received. And that a playground zone with a 40 kilometer an hour speed limit be implemented on Gouda Place from the west end of the street to 114 meters east thereof. And that the 40 kilometer an hour speed limit be extended easterly to Cheese Factory Road, and further that the bylaws attached to this report be passed. And I'd just like to speak on the motion if possible.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this is a good news motion. It's I wanted to thank staff for taking into account what the community was concerned about. So I'm certainly going to support this motion.
Thank you. So I'll now look to members of council to see if there's any questions for staff. And seeing none, does council have any further comments? And seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. So our next agenda item is 7.1.5, report 21-297 CD, South Point Subdivision, capital project additional funding request. We're going to start with putting the motion on the floor first. Councillor Hamilton, I see you've unmuted. Please read it in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Adshade. Recommendation, the report 21-297 CD, South Point Subdivision, capital project additional funding request be received. And that the funding plan outlined in report 21-297 CD to address the shortfall of funding for the construction of Faith Street, Wesley Boulevard, and the Moffat Creek Crossing be approved. And further, that the transfers to and from the reserve funds as outlined in report 21-297 CD be approved.
Thank you. So we'll now move to see if there's any questions for staff. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Was this increase included in the last week's budget workshop?
I'll turn to staff for an answer.
Through you,
Oh, Cheryl, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor McGarry. We're not proposing to issue debt for this project, so it was not included in the amount of debt that we would be issuing that was presented last week.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Does council have any comments? Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I look at all of the increases to our budget coming forward and the projects that they're throwing on the table for us to look at removing or postponing, we go through that every budget, but this year is worse than any other, I think, in my time on council. And I look at the amount of money being spent on deep well dewatering, and I can't understand how we didn't anticipate this, because I remember prior to me being on council, this entire area, it was known that the water table was a problem. And when the Moffat Creek Trail went in, extra money had to be spent on dewatering and the delay in that project from the pumping out of the water in order to put that trail through. It just delayed the entire project, and it was the cost was significant to that project. And I think that we need to be aware that when we are going into an area where there is a creek, the creek has aquifers, it has streams that go into creeks, and there's one that I remember at the time the region saying there was no creek there, but yet when you look, not a creek, but a stream going into a creek, and yet following that open house, the public open house, when I followed through afterwards and checked, there was actually a stream running into the creek, and you could tell just by the vegetation. When you've got a certain vegetation and it's in a line, you know that there's a stream, there's a water source there. And it just bothers me that here we are looking at increasing the cost of a project for something that we should have anticipated in some. I don't know who should have anticipated this, whether this be a consultant or whoever, but maybe we need to start looking at increasing budget items for any area that is near an environmental spot. Moffat Creek is a prime example over time.
I might just turn that into a bit of a question, because I would like to just note too, really following on Councillor Liggett's comments, that the design change for the concrete foundation for the Moffat Creek crossing was required due to the poor bearing capacity of the soils at the crossing, and a micropile foundation solutions being recommended for implementation. So I might just turn to Kevin DeLiebeck, and this isn't really under comments, but it's now under questions, but just wondering if you might have a comment or two about that.
Thank you, Mary McGarry, and to the rest of council. Yes, so the initial geotechnical results for the initial design contemplated a traditional foundation style. However, when we actually got into, or the developers got into the construction, the soil bearing capacity was much less than what the results had indicated, which required a redesign. And unfortunately, the most economical solution is still an increase compared to our traditional method of spread footing.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hamilton, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And I want to thank yourself for your question, Councillor Leggett, and also Kevin for his answer. It is a shame, of course, when unexpected costs that are significant like this arise. But as a councillor of Ward 7, where the recreation complex is going in, I just find I have to stress the importance of the project, considering the 300 homes that are going in to South Point, more than 500 homes going in at Morrison Creek, the development we see in the area, the 2 schools, the library. It really will be a kind of a gem in the crown of Cambridge. So although the sudden cost increase is a shame, and I agree we need to find ways, I think, to be more economical in the future. Thinking long term, this will still be a huge win for the city as a whole. So although I'm saddened by the cost increase, I think that's also important to keep in mind as well, that ultimately there's a positive light at the end of this tunnel. It just turns out the road is going to be a bit more bumpy than we expected. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and much like yourself and Councillor Leggett's question, it's to Mr. DeLebrick, and I just wonder, it is a significant cost increase. Shouldn't we or wouldn't we have known the capacity of the soil prior to the project being tendered out? Wouldn't we have been able to determine that through our own review of the area before we would have tendered this project out?
Through the mayor to Councillor Mann, this project is being completed by the developer and their developer's consultant who did the design. While we are involved with the review of the design, the geotechnical information we had at the time of doing the design and sending out for tender indicated that we should be able to, or that the soil bearing capacity would accommodate a traditional spread footing for the culvert. What happened is once we got into the site, the soils were much softer than anticipated. So it required us to go back to the drawing board and review a bunch of alternatives and evaluate which one would be the most feasible and economical given the actual in situ situation.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Are there any further comments? Questions? Seeing none, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote. Or Councillor Leggett, are you asking, are you
Yes.
commenting? Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I thought I clicked on it, but it didn't show. So a question for Kevin. So we rely on the consultant to hire the professionals to give us the report to tell us how much that we put on the budget. That's what I'm hearing you say. So this is basically the honor system that the professionals that they hire are going to be giving us the best case scenario of what that soil is like. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the mayor to Councillor Leggett, essentially, yes, except that there is a staff review of the design before it moves forward, of the reports before anything gets tendered, where city is cost sharing or it's coming through DCs as part of a city project. So in essence, yes, but there is still that oversight or that lens from city staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Last chance before we call the vote. Seeing no further comments, I'm going to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Urmeda,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Leggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is 7.2.1, report 21-325 CRS award of pumper fire trucks. We're going to start with placing the motion on the floor. Councillor Mann, you've got this motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, I'm going to ask that this be deferred. And the reason I'm going to ask for a deferral is because we only received the addendum for this report today, and I'm not sure that every councillor has had an opportunity to read the report. I think I don't know if I have a seconder for a deferral or not.
You most certainly do have a seconder. Councillor Devine will second that. Apparently, we did get an addendum today that I haven't read. All right, we had a very major package here, and I can't figure out if we're buying a piece of equipment, why the justification wasn't in the package in the first place. So we need to defer it.
Yeah, just seconding it's fine. Then we'll ask for any comments on time and place. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would just ask that it be deferred to the next council meeting. And I know there's a lot on that agenda from what we've been told, but I think if we have the document now, we can read it before the next council meeting.
And that's November 23rd then. Okay, and I'll just turn to, doesn't seem to be any red flags waving from staff. No, okay. So I have a thumbs up from Mr. Bush, so that's good. Okay, seeing no further hands up, then I'll call for the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
I'll read the deferral motion first. That consideration of report 21-325 CRS FP021-96 pumper fire trucks be deferred to the November 23rd special council meeting.
Okay, and with no further hands up, we'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Radshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ameda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor. Thank you. Our next agenda item was actually in our big package, and that's agenda item 7.3.1, report 21-287 CRE legalized recreational cannabis year 2 update. So I'll put the motion on the floor first and then can ask questions. Councillor Mann, you've got the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hamilton that Council receive staff report 21-287 CRE regarding the legalized recreational cannabis year 2 update as presented, and that the recreational cannabis retail store municipal commenting criteria policy file A09 be repealed.
Thank you. So are there any questions of staff? Does council have any comments on this? Councillor Mehta, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. When I was reading through this, I understand where the report's coming from, but I'm probably going to vote against it as a matter of principle because I believe the commenting should still continue, even if it seems to be useless and not being well received by the province. I still think staff should be commenting on where the story should go. So I'll be voting against it for that reason. It's just, I guess, a protest vote or a matter of principle in terms of where I stand on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
I'm a bit confused there by Councillor Mehta's comments because I didn't think that we were going to change how we comment. I thought we were just going to push the government to recognize are commenting and how they're not following the type of criteria they should be following. Am I missing this here? Maybe staff could respond to that.
And I am going to put that over to staff. I think it was fairly clear in the report, but I'll turn to who is going to comment on this. Thanks, Ms. Sonlighter. Yes, you're at the bottom of my screen. Didn't see you right away. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor McGarry, to Council. For purposes of clarification, the recommendation in the joint planning and corporate strategy report is to repeal the commenting policy and use that capacity to focus efforts on increased advocacy to the province. So that's the recommendation that is contained within the report. And I trust that that's answered your question, but if you have any follow-up questions, we do have Lisa Prime and Brooke Lambert here as well for more detailed questions.
Thank you, Ms. Anlighter. So I'm still confused. So am I correct that we keep commenting here and our comments are not being recognized and the province is not following through on what the criteria is, so that we need them to correct this situation? Am I wrong, or I'm sort of confused again?
Thank you, Ms. Onleiter. I'll have you provide some clarification. I thought it was in the report, but I'll let you answer to that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, and my apologies for extra clarity. The recommendation for Council to consider this evening is to repeal the commenting policy. So the commenting activities would cease and staff would focus efforts on advocacy in its place.
To the provincial government.
That's correct. And I see Ms. Lambert has her hand up as well. Perhaps she could offer some further clarification. Thank you.
Yes, please begin.
Through the chair, thanks very much. So when Council opted to allow retail cannabis operations, the city went above and beyond and did adopt this policy. So in addition to the provincial criteria, which were fairly limited, the city identified some additional considerations that were up to city staff to review and then provide those comments on behalf of Council to the province. And what we found is that our additional criteria, while we're commenting on them, they do not seem to be impacting the decisions made. And this is quite a common occurrence across many municipalities who opted in and also adopted their own policy. So at this point, the report suggests that we repeal the Cambridge commenting policy, but we continue to advocate that the province look at more stringent criteria in line with other municipalities who are also experiencing the same challenges.
Thank you.
Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
This is a comment, sorry.
We're doing questions, but you can comment as well.
Okay,
we'll roll it in together.
I have no questions. I support the motion. I think it's disappointing that the province has not listened to not only our municipality, but others. And I agree that it's a waste of time for us to continue to comment, but I strongly believe that our efforts should be spent advocating for stronger criteria with the province.
Thank you. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Yes, to the chair. The government will change eventually. Will change, and we may get a government that will listen and be more caring to the communities in Ontario. But I have a question. This is primarily for staff. When a bar, restaurant, anything opens up and they apply for a liquor license, what is the criteria there?
Councillor Devine, I'll have Mr. Bromberg weigh in, but I would suspect that it has its own criteria there compared to the cannabis retail outlets. Mr.
That's why-
Bromberg, go ahead.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Mayor McGarry. It is a separate process. There are some sign-offs that City of Cambridge helps to coordinate with the proponent. Prior to us signing off, we require public health to review. Fire prevention reviews the proposal, building staff review the proposal, and essentially they look for items such as capacity limits, number of washrooms, the exit widths, stair widths, etc., and that will provide information around what the occupant load may be. So a number of sign-offs, including planning for the zoning requirements. So those are the main sign-offs that the city is involved in on a liquor license.
Okay, so it's totally different. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Liggett, is that a legacy hand?
No, I did want to make another comment. Thank you.
Go ahead.
If we support this motion, that's like saying take your bat and ball and go home. We set out the criteria because we believed in the criteria. Ms. Bruncha and I had numerous conversations on this because a lot of these places for retail cannabis were in my ward, and all over the city we have so many of them, and then in areas that are totally inappropriate. And by just rolling over and playing dead to the province, I don't think that's right. I think we need to continue and say we think this is wrong in these particular spots in our community, and I think we can still push the province to do the right thing. And as Councillor, I think it was Councillor Devine that said we're going to have a new government maybe come in June, you know, maybe not, but how do we advocate for our community? I don't think it's by taking our bat and ball and going home. I think we need to make a statement and say we're going to continue to say that this is the wrong location until they listen. And if all 444 communities do what we're doing, then maybe we can make a difference. So I'm not going to support this just because I think it's just I understand this cost savings, but I think that we have a role here to play to support our community and do the right thing here.
Further comments? Councillor Mehta.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments, and I know I'm sticking with my conscience on this. I can't support the motion as it's written. I believe we have a responsibility to continue to advocate that point of view. Whether or not the province agrees, we need to do our part and bring that forward. I know when I think someone's going to say no to me, I still tell them what I think. And at the end of the day, you know, you have to take a stand, right? And that's how I'm looking at it with this. I appreciate the advocacy part, and I applaud staff for that. And I would support that as well, in addition to commenting and standing our ground. And at the end of the day, if the province makes their decision, that's their right, I guess. But we have to do what's right for this community and continue to bring those views forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Well, I appreciate what Councillor Liggett and Councillor Mehta are saying, and I think that's what we also are trying to say is we want to advocate for what we believe are the correct ways in which cannabis should come into our city. But to look at the repealing of our policy doesn't stop us from advocating. Actually, I think it will help us to advocate because it will free up staff time that is now doing something that is not providing any benefit to us as a city, because nobody's paying any attention to the words that we're putting forward to them. So I think if we pass this motion and we continue with advocacy, that is what is going to make the difference and make a change perhaps in the government, and paying more attention to what we believe and around cannabis. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, just a quick question to staff that's come up. If we're talking about other ways of advocating to the province to try and express the voice of the community and council, what are some of those ways that might be more effective if we go that route? From sending a letter on behalf of the city to, are there any ideas of what else we could do?
I might turn to staff for ideas there.
Brooke, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Certainly, these are issues that are quite top of mind for many of the government relations colleagues across the municipalities. When we have conversations, this is an issue that many are seeing and councils are concerned about. So I would suggest that that is our first opportunity, is to work with other municipalities, both politically, but at the administrative level as well, to craft some of those key messages and bring a consistent voice to the province at the various opportunities that we have, whether it's through things like our AMO advocacy opportunities or individual meetings with different ministries. And certainly I would suggest that our council would be a key player in terms of those advocacy efforts and working with your counterparts. So we could certainly help support those efforts and develop a more comprehensive strategy with some of the results that we've seen to date in the 2 years approximately since the legalization has really taken place.
Thank you. And if I may make a quick comment, Your Worship.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. In that case, I think I could support this motion. And I do hear where Councillor Mehta and Councillor Liggett are coming from, because we want to make sure our community knows that we're advocating on their behalf, and we don't want to give up, basically. But I think if we know what we're doing isn't working, we shouldn't just keep screaming into the void. We should adjust our practice by teaming up with local municipalities that I know are also having issues with this exact same thing. So, I mean, I'd be happy to work with staff in the future to craft something or to develop something that could perhaps have a different approach, create a more unified voice, and maybe get the results that we're seeking, but by trying a different way. So in that case, thank you for your explanation, Brooke. I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. And I'm just going to add a few comments as well. I would agree with several of my colleagues here that, actually everybody, that our advocacy is there to protect our community and to speak for them. We have also noted now that we're a couple of years in that some of the money that we were receiving back from an opt-in community hasn't been actually needed for enforcement because there's so few issues. However, I would agree that we need a different level to advocate to. The words that and the comments that our community and others are putting into that level of government are not being heeded by the government. You can see that very evidently in sort of the results of the number of applications that have come before them. It's not being heeded. So there's no point in continuing to knock on that door. We need another door to knock on. And I think that that's the advocacy piece. I was just going to say, and I think Ms. Lambert brought it up too, that AMO, big city mayors, Marco, our FCM colleagues have a far greater way of advocating to the ministers who visit our meetings. And during AMO, this is part of the reason that we actually do meet with ministers, and we certainly did with that Attorney General, I think in 2019, when we were actually at a physical AMO, if you remember those dark old days when we used to actually meet in person. But we actually did bring up those concerns on behalf of our municipalities to the minister. So I'm fine to support the motion the way it is now, because I believe that we can do a better job of advocating for our community in a broader sense. I do like to remind people that AMO, it represents all 443 municipalities, save Toronto, that has its own municipal act. And big city mayors represent 71% of our population in Ontario, and is far better structured now that there's an executive director that's come on board. And so our advocacy piece just in the big city mayors has certainly been very elevated during this term of the provincial government. So I'm fine to support the motion the way it is at the moment, and to continue to work with not only our staff, but other municipalities in looking at a more effective way of trying to get our concerns voiced to the provincial government. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I don't think one precludes the other. I think that I look at this as a form of activism, and activism and advocacy can go hand in hand, and I think that they're stronger together. I think one can be weak, but together they can be very, very strong. And the cost of this in 2021 was $3,401, according to this report. I don't know how we can look at that amount of money and think that that's not money well spent to continue to do the activism portion of this. The advocacy through AMO, I think, is great. I think that's where we need to go for sure in order to make the provincial government take notice. But I don't see why we would change what we're doing now. I think it does send a message, and I think we should continue to do that, but that's just me. So I will be voting against this.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is number 7.3.2, Report 21-303 CRE, Core Areas Financial Incentives, November 9th, 2021 applications. And we'll go straight to the motion on the floor. Councillor Liggett, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Core Areas Financial Incentives 21-303 CRE, November 9, 2021 applications, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devine, that report 21-303 CRE Core Areas Financial Incentives, November 9th, 2021 applications be received, and that Council approve the application for 29 Main Street and the transfer from the Core Area Transformation Fund, CATF, of $15,367 as outlined in report 21-303 CRE, and that staff be authorized to execute a commitment letter and any required documentation in order to administer this funding, and that Council delegate authority to the Director of Economic Development and Chief Financial Officer or designates to increase the funding to the maximum amount within the parameters of the specific programs if necessary, and further that the work approved under these enhanced incentives be completed within 1 year of the date on the approval letters.
Thank you. And I'll turn to members of council to see if there is any questions of staff. And seeing none, do council members have any comments? And seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
Favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our regular agenda. Now we're going to move to notices motion. And this evening, I understand that Councillor Wolf has a notice of motion she wishes to present that will be discussed on November 23rd, 2021. Councillor Wolf, did you want the clerk to read the motion?
I can try.
Okay, go ahead.
Moved by myself. Objection to proposed CBM aggregate expansion of Dance Pit. Whereas CBM Aggregates has applied for an expansion of the Dance Pit located on the south side of Cedar Creek Road, Regional Road 97, in close proximity to the City of Cambridge and Township of North Dumfries boundary under the Aggregate Resources Act to the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry. And whereas the existing pit, which borders Cambridge and North Dumfries, is controlled by CBM Aggregates and is approximately 74 hectares, 182 acres in area. The westerly portion, being approximately 45 hectares, 111 acres in area, is currently zoned and licensed for aggregate extraction. It is within the remaining 29 hectares, 71 acres, along the easterly portion of the landholding that CBM seeks to secure the approvals to modify their license and expand the aggregate operation at the Dance Pit location. And whereas the expansion lands adjacent to the Cambridge and North Dumfries boundary are presently under active agricultural cultivation, and to the east of the CBM landholding is the City of Cambridge and a long-established residential neighborhood. And whereas the health and wellness of the Cambridge residents that back onto the proposed expansion for the Dance Pit are of concern to area residents. Currently, the noise, dust, dirt particles, vibration hinder the residents from being able to enjoy their backyards Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The stress and anxiety that these factors bring to them is widespread and mounting. The residents are woken up at 7 a.m. on the dot, often earlier, by the noise from the pit area. Folks that work shift work cannot sleep during the day. This community believes this expansion and the constant noise, dust, and dirt that each property suffers will decrease their property values. And whereas there are more than 15 operational gravel pits within 3 miles to the northwest of residents in the St. Andrews neighborhood, emissions of fine dust from these pits and from the heavily traveled and dusty regional roads accumulate in the air as the predominant west to northwest winds blow toward the City of Cambridge. A 2021 Health Canada report concluded that exposure to elevated concentrations of fine dust is associated with short-term health impacts on asthmatics, young children, and the elderly, and that long-term exposure can shorten their life expectancy. And whereas there is a deed to the land dated September 23rd, 1993, and an amendment to the deed dated December 15, 1999, stating that the lands that are contained in the Dance Pit proposed expansion area shall be used for agricultural use only. And whereas the Township of North Dumfries is not in receipt of a planning application to facilitate the proposed aggregate extraction land use activity, and has requested staff to send correspondence requesting additional time to complete a review of the supporting technical studies to properly inform any planning, environmental, and economic and social matters or concerns. And whereas the deadline for an objection or the filing of comments on the ARA application with the MNRF is December 14th, 2021, and therefore be it resolved that the city clerk be directed to send correspondence on behalf of the City of Cambridge Council to the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources, and Forestry, objecting to the Aggregate Resource Act application for the expansion and in support of the residents, and requesting that CBM Aggregates honor the deed to that parcel of land and keep it agricultural use only, and not grant CBM's application for license. And that this correspondence also be sent to the Council of North Dumfries and Region Council of Waterloo. That's it.
Thank you. You get the prize tonight for the longest motion to read. So as I mentioned, this motion will be further discussed on November 23rd, 2021. So we'll move to other business. Does any member of council have any other business for discussion? Seeing none, we'll move forward. So with the following motion is related to items of correspondence and presentations at council. Councillor Mehta, I think you have this motion. Will you please read it in its entirety? And it's a motion to receive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. The motion to receive, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wolf. The recommendation that all presentations and correspondence from the November 19th, 2021 special council meeting be received.
Thank you. I think it's November 9th, not the 19th. You're thinking far into the future.
I am. I can actually see the future. Did you know? No, I'm only kidding. But yeah, I was reading this, but I guess it was a typo in my report. So
okay, November 9th. Okay. I'll now ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Sir Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. So next up on our agenda is consideration of bylaws. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mehta, that the following bylaws listed under the heading of Introduction and Consideration of Bylaws be enacted and passed. 21-076 being a bylaw to adopt Amendment number 49 to the City of Cambridge Official Plan 2012 as amended, 55 Kerr Street. 21-077 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 150-85 as amended with respect to land municipally known as 55 Kerr Street, OR03/19. 21-078 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 187-06 being a bylaw for the regulation of traffic and parking, Gouda Place. 21-079 being a bylaw to exempt certain lots or blocks pursuant to subsection 50 5 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, CP 13, as amended, part lot control exemption, -314 Equestrian Way.
Thank you. Councillor Met, I see your hand up. Do you have a question or a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do. Just to make things more interesting, I'd like to be able to split this to vote on the Kerr Street stuff separate from the rest. Thank you.
Just one moment. Yep, we can do that. So we'll go to the motion on Kerr Street first. So we'll just call for the vote on 21-076 and 21-077. We'll take that separately.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. And now we'll take the next couple of bylaws, 21-078 and 21-079. And the reason I look over this way is I'm looking at Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor?
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. We're now going to move into closed session. Councillor Liggett, I think you have the motion for us to move into closed session. Please read it in its entirety.
Recommendation that in accordance with section 2392E and F of the Municipal Act 2001, council convene in closed session to consider the following subject matter. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. Confidential litigation update. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Confidential litigation update. And that the council of the city of Cambridge move into closed session pursuant to the Municipal Act.
Thank you. Does council have any comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor?
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. So I'll just ask for your patience while we prepare to move into closed. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We're now going to rise from closed session. Councillor Urmeta, you have the motion to rise. Please read it in its entirety.
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. This motion is to rise from closed session is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. That council rise from closed session and reconvene in open session at 10:22 p.m.
Thank you. So I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor?
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. And in closed session, discussions occurred amongst council and staff were provided with instruction related to a confidential matter. We'll move next to the confirmatory bylaw. I think Councillor Liggett, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Armetta, that bylaw 21-080 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge be enacted and passed.
Thank you. I'll ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Armetta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
All carries.
Thank you. We've now reached the end of our agenda for today. Councillor Devine, I think you have the happy motion for our close of meeting. Will you please read it?
Motion to adjourn at 10:24 PM.
And seconded by Councillor Hamilton. I don't think there's any opposed, but we'll find out for sure. I'll ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Armetta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
Favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
Carries.
Well, thanks, everyone. That concludes our meeting for tonight. Be kind, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone.
Night, everyone.
Aye.
Take
Good night,
care.
everybody.
Drive safe.
Good night, everyone.